What is going on, everybody? Welcome to day 2 of our live draft stream reactions and analysis. Last night was unbelievable, making tonight just even more exciting. And there are some really good players still available. That's weird. It says... Oh, okay, sorry. The screen confused me on NFL Network. They're showing who the next 5 picks are. I thought Detroit was on the clock as if they traded up or something. But last I heard, the Pittsburgh Steelers have the first pick in this draft and a chance to get a player that they very well could have taken at 17 that we've been mocking to them since January. Pittsburgh royalty himself in Joey Porter Jr., who would be just an unbelievable pick for them. I would give it an A pick, A+ pick if it was at 17. They have a chance to make it at 33, which is a pick they got from the Bears for Chase Claypool. I mean, that's a franchise-altering type of move right there. We have 3 very generous super chats from Mr. Pirate Sean. Thank you for your support, Sean, or Mr. Pirate, whichever you prefer. With how the board is going, do I think the Panthers will pair Bryce Young with one of the tight ends that fell, Josh Downs, or best player available? Yeah, I mean, I know it's a lazy answer, but you kind of hit the nail on the head right there. I think any of these tight ends, Michael Mayer, Darnell Washington, even Musgrave into the second round would be a good fit. They did sign, I believe, Hayden Hurst. So they have, an option there, and you've got Tommy Tremble in year 3. Does he turn into something? He was always going to be a little bit of a project. So it's not that they don't have tight ends, but you can always upgrade with what they have. I love the Josh Downs fit. Stays close to home in North Carolina. I'm always going to endorse giving a quarterback everything he needs to succeed, but that could be a great defense as well, right? We kind of saw this with Justin Fields last year. Obviously, they didn't give him the best offensive line and receivers, but if you're forcing a young quarterback to score 30 points every week, that puts him in compromising situations too. So the Panthers have an opportunity to maybe go defense there and maybe go with a Cam Smith. Does Joey Porter or Brian Branch continue to fall here? Felix Anudike-Uzomah, he was the most recent pick, but maybe someone like Adetomiwa Adebawore could be something in play. Best player available option for them. Maybe a linebacker. I don't know. I think they can go in any variety of directions, and it would make sense for the Panthers. We also got one from Pluto. Want to call my shot that Levis will fall to the Raiders, and they're going to pass on him and take Hendon Hooker. Dude, I was kind of thinking, what if Hendon Hooker goes before Levis? And it's, every pick that passes, it feels more and more possible, right? So we'll see, man. That'd be pretty freaking nuts. I'd be pretty critical of that, but it's something you can kind of picture happening at this point. Pylon Podcast said, could the asking price for a trade up for Will Levis be a second or first round pick of value? Well, those are pretty big difference. That's a pretty big difference. That usually the teams, I could see if it's, like Washington or Tampa, like I would think it'd maybe be a second this year and a second next year would be the price. I don't see a team giving up a future first. If they, I'd be a little bit surprised. I guess it wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world, especially if it were to move up to 32, which is technically a first-round pick, with the Dolphins not having one this year. But I would expect probably 2 seconds and then maybe a little bit of change on top of that. The Levis thing is going to be probably the most fascinating thing to follow here. I think it's going to play out in the first 5 picks. I would just be so stunned if he does not go to somebody, with him being available there. All these teams are going to be reevaluating him as an option as a second-round player. Maybe they couldn't justify the first-round pick, but now that he's there in the second, it's like, all right, the asking price to go get him is not very much at this point. The value, the risk-reward at that quarterback position, I think someone's going to justify that here pretty quickly. From Jordy, thank you, very generous. Happy day to you, pancake eater. Love it. Thanks for another great year of NFL content. Hopefully, whoever Brad Holmes impersonator was yesterday is out of the Lions war room tonight. Yeah, still in shock with what the Lions did last night. Lions fans are very passionate. The Lions fans have showed up this year. I even tweeted like a few weeks ago, I said, no disrespect to Kansas City, but I think Detroit should have had the draft this year with how crazy Lions fans have been showing up in all my comments and my mock drafts and my position rankings and stuff. And not a huge surprise to see a large portion of the fan base coming in and being upset with me for not loving their picks, but that's my job, is to take all of my research, and every year some teams do screw up the draft. We look back on it, and a lot of times we knew who those teams were. You look at the Raiders are a great example. Teams that made really stupid picks at the time ended up getting the GM fired, and those players were out very quickly. There's plenty of examples on top of that, and for me, the Lions draft yesterday is reminiscent of some of those Raiders drafts where they're buying into their own hype a little bit, that they are a special culture and that they can reach on players that aren't of positional value or were maybe guys that they could have gotten significantly later. Those are some draft picks like that got the Seattle Seahawks in trouble for a couple years there until they have now kind of reevaluated their process. It was very reminiscent of some of those picks that have gotten teams in trouble. So, I very much believe in Detroit still, but that was kind of an eye-opening night of like, what is going on here? Hopefully they can make some better picks here tonight. From Colt, my dog has requested the Teddy cam. He looks ready. Let's go. Come here, Teddy. Come here, bud. Here.
Can you also tell me why my edit thing?
Yes. What's wrong? When you save, it's...
No, like the sidebar is gone.
Oh. Yeah. Sorry, just one quick little tech thing to figure out here before we get back to it. Where did that go? I'm just going to relaunch Photoshop.
Can you save that first?
Yeah, I did.
Gotta move the Teddy cam up a little.
How's that? All right, it should be back.
Perfect, thanks.
All right, we got that fixed. Hang on, just give me 1 second, babe. Just trying to catch up on the super chats. You guys are being very generous already. So we got the Teddy cam up. If Michael Mayer and Branch are available when the Packers pick first, who do I take? Honestly, I almost prefer Darnell Washington for them over Michael Mayer. But I would take Brian Branch first because I would be stunned if he's still there when they pick in about 10 picks here. Especially with the Jets picking after you. They could certainly use a safety. So I would take Branch first and then go tight end. But it does seem relatively possible that one of the two top tight ends will be there for Green Bay, which would be a heck of a pick. Colts fan here, feeling good. Ballard tends to do rounds 2 through 7. Is there something to hitting on mid-round picks? Yeah, I do think there's something to hitting on mid-round picks. I think that's where the real, good scouts come through. And you probably can't really say for sure if a guy is consistent at hitting at mid-round picks until you've seen him do it for 6 or 7 drafts because it's, a small sample size and it is a lot of luck involved. But there's definitely teams that you're never going to hit on every mid-round pick, but there's definitely teams that, if you can walk out of rounds 2 through 7 with averaging 2 starters every year, like you are doing a damn good job. And I feel like the Colts are pretty good at doing that. Because there's teams that, like Arizona comes to mind with Steve Keim, not to rub it in Arizona, but like they were walking out of not just the first round, but rounds 2 through 7 and not getting a single starter like 3 years in a row. So there's definitely something to be said about good process versus bad process. Titans fan, what are the chances we get Levis at 41? Would we have to trade up? I do think you have to trade up. Like I was just saying, I think a lot of these teams are going to be coming off, having all night to think about it, justifying Will Levis for themselves and figuring out what that price needs to be. I think Pittsburgh will and should stay put here and take Joey Porter just because it's such a remarkable landing spot and so lucky that it worked out for them this way. Arizona has already traded down. I think they should probably stay put. But Detroit, Indianapolis, and that Rams pick, I think between those 3 picks, we see Will Levis either with a trade or with the Rams taking him right there at 35 or 36, whatever that one is. Mr. Pirate again. What's up? Are you dodging the camera, Teddy? You guys are pouring in with the super chats. Thank you so much. Whoever Fitterer picks, Fitterer being the Panthers GM, I'm good with it. I believe in this staff. This will be this year's Jags and will be a deep playoff team year 1. I don't think it's entirely crazy, man. I mean, you're going to be in a very opportunistic situation with the shape of the NFC. Bryce Young coming in. I can see it, man. I can see the Panthers being one of the 4 or 5 best teams in the NFC this year, which is saying a lot. From Yarn, who's a patron and a frequent mailbag submitter, who I still have no idea if I'm saying your name right, Van Warden, but how do I explain the Will Levis slide? I can't really fully explain it. There was a lot of picks last night that I can't fully explain, right? I can't explain what Detroit did. I can't explain the Jets picking Will McDonald when they did. There was a lot of picks where I was like, whoa, I did not really see that coming. I think we saw this a little bit last year, though, where teams are very conscious of like what drafting a quarterback early means for your timeline. Everything related to the rookie contract, to your job security, you name it. When you make that pick, you are tied to that guy. And I think there's a belief around the league that maybe we can elevate guys like Jalen Hurts a little bit more. Geno Smith emerging out of nowhere. We're seeing better quarterback development, and the way that kind of spread offenses and play action and RPOs have kind of revolutionized the game a little bit. I think there's a little bit of a belief and an evolution of the way teams think a little bit in that you don't necessarily have to get that quarterback in the first round. Now, I don't think it changes for teams picking at the top of the draft when you have premium quarterback prospects. But as soon as they start to slip out of the top 10 there, it's like, you know, we maybe don't need to do this. So I think it's a little bit of what we saw last year. I think it's a little bit, this draft is just weird. Maybe if there was another first round, like it sounds like I saw a report that there were 3 or 4 teams trying to get back into the first round last night. We've seen that all the time, right? Lamar Jackson was the 32nd pick. Maybe if there was a 32nd pick last night, there was only 31 picks, maybe we would have seen Will Levis come off the board. So really hard to say. He was worthy of being a first-round quarterback. I still very much believe in him. I hope he goes to the right spot and gets a chip on his shoulder and kind of proves the NFL wrong here. It wouldn't be the first time that's happened, but there's obviously some concerns there with the lack of production, and I'm not going to say he has off-field issues, but maybe he didn't interview the best. I don't really want to make any jumping, leaping speculations on that one. But yeah, we'll see. I really think he's going to come off the board in these next 5 picks. Excited to see where he ends up. From William, what corners do I think will be there for the Ravens at 86? I want Corey Price. He might not be there. I think that's possible. Maybe one guy that I think I've put to Baltimore with that pick is that would be a really good guy to target would be Darius Rush. Good man corner. Has only been playing corner for a few years, was a receiver at South Carolina. His best football is just starting, I believe. He really looked good at the Senior Bowl. So that would be a guy that I think would fit the Ravens system quite a lot there. The Steelers pick is in, by the way. We'll be very surprised if this is not Joey Porter. Gage asks, would I say that fans overreact to the draft? I don't think so. I think fans are oftentimes a little bit, can put the blinders on a little bit too much and have a little bit too much faith in their GM and struggle to look at things in a vacuum. But and maybe we overrate the impact of some of these players. But at the same time, look at what the Seahawks draft did for this team did for that team last year. Look at how the Jets draft last year reinvigorated that entire roster. Like I don't think it's out of the. I mean, the Chiefs rookie class was instrumental in them winning the Super Bowl last year with all the impact players they got. So like, I don't think it's abnormal for a rookie class to change the landscape of a team's upcoming season and certainly future. But there's certainly drafts that get overrated. But no, I think the draft is hyped up for good reason, honestly. All right, first pick is coming in. There it is. We all knew it. Unbelievable. That's like the pick of the draft so far. It's just not very surprising because we've had 24 hours to think about it. But Joey Porter Jr. to the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is a certified steal. We have the Stream Deck working today, by the way, so be a little bit smoother operation. And we know that the sound bites are working, so we can get those going too. But yeah, I mean, it almost doesn't need analysis. Anybody that's followed the draft has seen this pick literally hundreds and hundreds of times in the mock drafts. I think if they weren't moving up for Broderick Jones, who happened to slip a little bit, well, not necessarily slip, but he happened to be there, and that was obviously a player they liked for good reason. If they weren't moving up for Broderick Jones, I can only imagine they were going to take Joey Porter at 17. His dad won a Super Bowl with the Steelers. He, not only that, but he's just a really good football player. He was a top 10 player in this draft class for me. He ultimately was my, I think, 9th player on my big board. If I pull this up real quick. he was 10th, my 10th player on the big board, really tied for 9th. Like, I'm just as stunned, if not more stunned, that Joey Porter fell into the second round that I am that Will Levis fell into the second round. Again, just kind of a weird draft, but they got a player that was worth a top 15 pick for Chase Claypool from the Bears. And obviously the Bears didn't expect to end up with a number 1 pick when they made that trade, but I mean, that's just highway robbery from the Steelers. And he's going to like, they haven't had a premium corner like that. They love to blitz, and to have Joey Porter, who's one of the best press corners in this draft and in many previous drafts. He's just a phenomenal press corner. He's got these rare, like 33.5-inch arms, I believe is the measurements. He's physical at the line. So if you're blitzing, you have a guy that can really get in guys' face and play physical and lock guys up for the first 3 seconds of a play. He might not be the most, fast or fluid athlete down the field to hang long into the play. He's not bad at that. But when you talk about a perfect scheme fit, it's Joey Porter. So this is an unbelievable pick. This is one of the more memorable like day 2 steals that I can remember. I mean, A.J. Brown comes to mind with that. It's in that same type of category for me. Antoine Winfield was that for me a couple years ago. This is in that same category for the Steelers, and those were picks that changed the landscape of those teams. Like, you're stealing an extra first-round player here for the Steelers, so that's just insane.
People are requesting a bell ring or riot. They say.
I mean, I'll ring it for the chat, but everybody knew that was going to happen. It wasn't like that took a whole lot of research. It was just kind of teed up for us all, but good job by the Steelers to bring it home, I suppose. We got a bunch more Super Chats to react to here, and another thing I'm going to try to do better that Anna and I were talking about is taking the grade off after I've kind of given the analysis, because it can be confusing when the graphic gets updated, but the grade is still up from the previous one. I think that's probably better than leaving it up too long, so we're going to do that. There was a couple of people that were like, a great pick would come in and I would have hate it still up there, and there were people like, look at this moron. Oh, here it is, guys. Here's your trade. Will Levis is going to go to the Titans at 33, and unbelievable move for the Tennessee Titans. I thought they were going to pick him at 11. I'm sure they really thought about it. You get Peter Skoronski and Will Levis. This is going to be another phenomenal move. And I think the Titans who have really been, disrespected for this offseason. I've consistently seen them mocked in the top 5 for worst teams next year. Not mocked in the top 5, but that's just not what Mike Vrabel's team is going to be. They are bringing Tannehill back. They're bringing Derrick Henry back. They get a good offensive lineman to patch up some needs there. They're going to have a really impressive defense next year. They're going to be a team that is going to give the Jags an absolute run at that division. I know Jags fans don't want to hear that because they're expecting big things, but I know in that building in Tennessee, they expect to win that division, and I think that culture can go a long way. So they're going to give up a 3rd-round pick next year, basically, to make this move, and a pick swap. They're going to move down, looks like a few spots in the 3rd round. So really, just like I said, the price here is nothing. You give up a future 3rd for this. It's a no-brainer for the Tennessee Titans. And we would be stunned if this selection is not Will Levis here. But a couple more Super Chats. You guys are so awesome coming in with these. Well, Goodell's out to make the pick right now. I'll just wait for Matt's Super Chat here. A question about Eli Ricks. But luckily we already kind of gave the analysis here for Will Levis. There it is. So the fall slides. I'm so happy for Will Levis. This is going to be such a relief. He goes with the 33rd pick. It's almost a first round pick still. To me, this is a great situation. At this point, if you're Levis, you want to make sure you go to a team that you can succeed with. And he's going to have a clear trajectory, a year for Tennessee to ride this thing out with Ryan Tannehill. Make sure, Treylon Burks gets up to speed. This offensive line can sort things out. And then they'll have one more offseason really to maybe get another playmaker, maybe get another offensive lineman, clear up the books a little bit, and really be ready to go with Levis in year 2. So to me, I'm super happy for Levis. I think this has a very good chance of being successful. And for Tennessee, this is remarkable value to walk out of this draft with Peter Skoronski and Will Levis. All you had to do was give up an extra third-round pick, basically. So really awesome. So Honcho is asking about Eli Ricks. Says he hasn't played that much since his freshman season because of injury. Your write-up makes it seem like he's a second-round guy that fell out of the first because of injuries. It's a part of it. Eli Ricks, and he's referring to my write-up on the Patreon draft guide, but he, to me, was a sticky corner. He really understands the position. He's got that good route squeeze as far as anticipating routes, kind of knowing what's coming, being a half step ahead of the game. And you love that, but he comes out and runs a 4.60 at his pro day, has missed a lot of time. I do compare him to Jalen Mills. I think he can be a functional defensive back somewhere, whether it's as a hybrid safety, a corner, whatever it might be. I wrote Ricks is one of the more technically sound corners in this class, but health and availability and a poor testing, it's a to steal a term from Dane Brugler, it's a what did he say? Dang it. I think he says it's a track speed. No, he has a really good term for it for the cornerback position, but I can't remember. He's talking about it's all about the 40 time, basically. It's not all about it, but it's a very important benchmark to clear. And you run a 4.60, I don't think you're going on day 2 of the draft. I don't care what your excuses were. And it's not like he plays super fast either, but I do like Eli Ricks. He should go 4th or 5th round. All right, Lions are up after what they did last night. This is definitely all eyes on this pick. Sam LaPorta out of Iowa. So they're double dipping on Iowa players. I got to say, man, this is another pretty bad pick. Given that Michael Mayer, Darnell Washington, Luke Musgrave, LaPorta's not a bad player, but I don't really understand this one, honestly, given who they're passing up at this position to take. I can't slam it too much. I think he's going to be an effective player for them and all that, but I definitely have got questions about this selection for Detroit in what has been a really questionable draft up and down the board, I have Sam LaPorta as a late second, early third round guy. The tight ends have fallen in this draft. I can't really endorse this pick for Detroit. I'm very much confused. I've loved their drafts for the last couple of years, but not this year. From Flambeau, if the Packers can only walk out of the second round with two Michael Wilsons, with two of Michael Wilson, Brian Branch, and Darnell Washington, who are you taking? I think, honestly, it's Brian Branch and Darnell Washington, and then let's try and move up for a wide receiver, because I think there's a chance Michael Wilson falls, right? I think you got to prioritize Branch and Darnell Washington. But any of those players I'd be very excited about. From Andy, as a Rams fan, I don't want Levis due to the holes we have across the rest of the team. For me, it's either edge or O-line I want with pick 36. Yeah, I think that's fair. The Rams are honestly, and now Levis is gone. You don't have to worry about it, but the Rams are going to be potentially in a position to really suck and get a guy like Caleb Williams and keep him in LA. Maybe that's their plan by giving away all their players. I don't know if they're going to be bad enough to do that, but the roster certainly feels that way. And I hear you. They got to start, they have a chance to take someone that may have belonged in the first round, whoever that may be. And they haven't had a first-round pick in God knows how long. So I tend to agree with you. It just got really interesting with Levis being there and some of the connections they have with their former coordinator working for him.
The Raiders just traded up.
All right.
They traded with the Colts.
So this could be any number of players. We saw him take Tyree Wilson already. Could this be a Hendon Hooker trade up, trying to get ahead of the Rams? The Raiders are one of those teams that could really go in any direction. Do they like maybe DeJuan Jones out of Ohio State? I think there's a lot of really good picks for the Raiders here that they could make. From ZEZ, if the Chargers pick another one of my favorites, I think you should make a call and ask if they're watching my evals. The Chargers always do that. I'm sure that's what you're referencing. It's like every single year. And I always joke with the guilty as charged guys that they always take my players. But, I don't know what it is, but me and Tom Telesco have a very similar eye for talent. We always have, going back to when they took Derwin. Not that was that hard of a pick, but from Andrew, do I think the 49ers used their third for one of the falling tight ends? I mean, you got to come very far up. It's certainly possible. They have 3/3. You need to have a team that's willing to give. It's not about the Niners wanting to come up. It's about a team being willing to move that far down, right? I would never want to do that really in the second round. I mean, maybe early third you see a move like that. Mr. Pirate, again, you have been showing up here, man. Mike Vrabel will show Levis how to be a champ. Yes, I like it. He stays close to home. A lot of Kentucky fans, I can imagine, are Tennessee Titans fans. So that's going to be a really fun fit. Oh, you're right. Stroud, Anthony from Spence. Stroud, Anthony Richardson, and Levis all in the same division. That is going to be insane. From Wolf of Iowa, it's clear the Vikings have no plan after Kirk. Yeah, we were all a little bit confused why they didn't take Levis. Kush, thank you for the super chat. Shout out to Kush. And here comes the Raiders pick. Michael Mayer. There it is. So the Raiders come up. They get an impactful tight end. Love this move for the Raiders. That tight end group was always a position when I made my mock drafts that stood out as certainly they sign Austin Hooper, whatever. Hooper's been on 3 teams in as many years at this point. They signed O.J. Howard, who's been a number 2 guy around the league. Everybody always wants to believe that he's going to figure it out. It's not going to happen. This was a big need, and you get an impact here right away. Jimmy Garoppolo, so good in the short to intermediate game. He's going to be a chain mover. He's going to be a great run blocker up front for Josh Jacobs in that group. I think this is a honestly bordering on certified steal. I think Mayer very easily could have gone in the first round, could have easily gone in the teens. So to get him at 35 in a very good landing spot, both scheme and need, is a great pick for the Raiders. Good move coming up to get him. A couple more super chats here. Didn't get a chance to from Echo. Didn't get a chance to watch last night. No worries, Echo. Good to have you here tonight. As a Colts fan, what's the earliest I think I'd be okay with AR seeing the field? I see people saying live reps are the best way to improve quickly. I could see him starting day one. I could. Like, if they feel like his understanding of the playbook is good and they like what they see in practice, like, I don't think it's impossible to say he could start. His rushing in that system, I think, going to the offense that has so much, Shane Steichen coming in, he's the guy that groomed Jalen Hurts, and he's going to be able to do it in the exact same way with that offense. It's going to be a great fit. You got a good offensive line in front of him. You got a couple of receivers and tight ends I like. You got a good running game. Like, they really have a sound team around them. I'd like to see them get a little bit more juice at wide receiver here maybe in day 2, maybe with this next pick coming up. But overall, I don't think it'd be crazy if he started week 1. I think ideally it's just, you're kind of hoping you can trust the coaching staff there to feel it out and know when he's going to be comfortable. What you don't want him doing is coming in and making mistakes and not understanding his reads and all that stuff. But I think we see him in year 1 at some point. I don't know if that's week 1 or not, because you do have a really good backup in Gardner Minshew who can steer the ship. From Dylan, super chat, thank you. How do I like the fit of Roschon to Dallas in the 3rd round? Feel like we could use him like Zeke. Yeah, Roschon is very similar to late career Zeke. After he maybe lost a half a step, keep him home in Texas, it would make a lot of sense. Because as explosive as Tony Pollard is, he's not a bruising short yardage back. And ideally, you can limit Pollard to like 14 or 15 carries because he's a little bit slender. You don't want him, getting banged up. From Gage, Matt Waldman really criticized Quentin's catching technique considering his placement. How easily of a fix would you say that is? I'm not going to say it's an easy fix, but and maybe I'm a little bit jaded because it's so recent with a guy like what we saw from Christian Watson in Green Bay, but Christian Watson was way worse in terms of attacking the ball with his hands and winning contested catches at North Dakota State than a guy like Quentin Johnston. And in year 1, Christian Watson was mossing dudes. I think it's a confidence factor. I think you have Mike Williams there and Keenan Allen, who have been unbelievable contested catch winners. I kind of said this last night, like, if you think of Quentin Johnston as more of a Debo, as your run after catch guy, a guy to, using the short to intermediate, you don't need him to be a massive ball winner. You want him to clean up the drops. That's a little bit easier, right? And he's certainly going to have more accurate throws to him from Justin Herbert. Like, let's face it, he was open a lot deep at TCU, and Max Duggan, credit to him for like being a pro quarterback prospect and all that stuff, but he's a horrible deep ball thrower, and Quentin didn't get a lot of opportunities to win those vertical balls. So I really do like the fit. I don't disagree with Matt Waldman's assessment. I think it is fairly coachable though, and it's not like he doesn't have highlight reel catches on there. From Mason, thank you for the super chat. Yes, deep dives, here we come. I'm going to take a few weeks off first, though. Going to take a few weeks off. We're going to do a little trip. Anna and I, we're going to go to Cincinnati and Nashville. Be driving through Joe Burrow, Will Levis territory here next week. Going to take some time to play Jedi Fallen Order. Okay, the Rams take Steve Avila. Interesting pick. So I don't hate it, but I do disagree with the selection in a certain regard. A lot of people like Steve Avila, and I acknowledge that my evaluations are certainly not always 100%, but what I saw in Steve Avila was a fantastic pass protector, maybe the best pass protecting interior lineman in this draft. But I was really underwhelmed by his run blocking. I really was. I didn't think he got off the ball quickly. I question how he's going to block up the wide zone system for the Rams that they want to run. But if they wanted a pass protector to keep Matthew Stafford healthy in the drop back passing game, they got a good one. So for me, I think this pick is fine. I agree with the position that they took. I personally, though, think John Michael Schmitz is a significantly better fit for them schematically and just a better player overall. And I also prefer Osiris Torrance at that position. But I'm not going to really slam this pick, but I do think there were better options for them to take. Man, Green Bay coming up. I'm just getting kind of excited for this Green Bay pick because Brian Branch is still there. And that would be such a fun pick if they did that. Couple more super chats. Level-headed. Not a question. Just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Canadian that games. With how Detroit spent their first 3 picks, do you think they're buying too much into their own hype, treating their picks like luxury picks? I was talking about this earlier, Canadian that games, that this reminds me of Seattle when they did this for a while. Can't remember the other teams I brought up. But yeah, I think they're taking some liberties with this draft that I strongly disagree with. The Seahawks take Derick Hall out of Auburn. All right, I like this pick. Derick Hall is a player that I've kind of stood by throughout this draft process. He's going to play really well in this system off the edge. I like Derick Hall. So they took Boye Mafe around this point last year, and I, for as good as that draft was last year, I did criticize that pick, and he was the one pick that they made that really didn't work out. Boye Mafe was not as good as Derick Hall was. He didn't play with as much power. He wasn't as productive as Derick Hall. I don't think this is like a unbelievable steal or anything. I think I love this pick. The thing is, like, Derick Hall's a good number 2 player. You get him with the 37th pick. I think it's a very good pick. I would say it's like an A- pick. I don't know if he's going to have a crazy impact on the defense, but he is going to be a quality starter, and I can't really argue with it. One thing I got to say about Derick Hall is and at some point here tonight, I'm going to start reading off some of these draft blurbs because it's a good way to just make sure I cover all of my thinking points on these guys. But Derick Hall, 6'3", so he's a little bit shorter. It's average height for an edge, but 34.5-inch arms, and he is rocked up. So he gets that easy, natural leverage as a pocket pushing power rusher. You feel his presence constantly. He's a little bit stiff. He's not the most creative pass rusher as far as mixing up his rush moves. He's got to push and pull. He can swim. After the threat of power is established. But yeah, I think this is a good makeup for the Boye Mafe pick last year. And now it takes pressure off of Boye Mafe to be their number 2 guy because Seattle didn't take an edge in the first round. They went cornerback early. So good pick. Carp, how do I feel about the Cardinals trade here and all of the additional value they've gotten so far? I'm all about it, man. The Cardinals have the thinnest, most horrible roster in the NFL, truly. And I think collecting as many picks as possible is a very good idea. They're going to have a lot of consistent picks here now that can really set them up to get back to work with Kyler Murray with a new coaching staff. So I'm very... And they got the Texans to really overpay for that pick. So I was all about that. From Thomas, Green Bay has 42 and 45, if I remember correctly. Do you take Branch first? That's funny. We had the exact same question. Or take a tight end and then hope Branch falls 3 more. Now with the 2 of the tight ends off the board, maybe you do take them first. Darnell Washington is there. Musgrave is there. Matthew Bergeron just goes to the Atlanta Falcons. Holy goodness, you guys. That run game is going to be absurd. Bijan Robinson stock is just going up and up and up. I love this pick. Matthew Bergeron is going to be a guard for them, and that is the best news for the Falcons and for Matthew Bergeron himself. The one thing with Matthew Bergeron is he wasn't always the most comfortable guy blocking out there at tackle. I felt like he struggled to cut off inside moves. He wasn't always the best with his hands out there. He can just focus in this system, flying off the ball, wide zone, that left guard spot was still going to be a need for the Atlanta Falcons, and now this run game is entirely complete. I love this pick. The Falcons are going to beat the absolute dirt out of people, beat the dirt into people with that run game. It's going to be one of the, like, for people that like the run game, the Falcons are going to be, one of the more fun teams to watch. This is going to be reminiscent of like that 2019 Ravens team. I know they don't have their Lamar Jackson, but they do have a mobile quarterback. They have a great run designer in Arthur Smith and a great offensive line with someone that I genuinely believe could be the best running back in the NFL right now in Bijan Robinson. RJ Walsh with the board is now, should the Vikings trade into the second or trade Za'Darius? I still think trading one of those edge guys is going to happen for the Vikings at some point. I don't know if it's going to happen on draft day. To me, it's just that's a little bit of a crowded room with three guys in Za'Darius Smith, in Danielle Hunter, and in now Davenport, who all are fighting for new contracts. They're all going to want high snap counts, high pressure numbers, high sack counts. Echo, my goodness. Ayo, appreciate you, Echo. Very generous. $100 super chat. My man, Echo, shout out. Yes, rip Tyler Algier. Hey, and at this point, Algier is still going to be a functional fantasy football player. He could be a goal line vulture. I still think he's going to get 10 carries a game, maybe even 15, because Arthur Smith's going to want to frickin' run the ball 35 times a game if he can. Thank you again, Echo. Very generous. Skyler, any explanation for the Brian Branch slide? He's a guy that played slot corner in college. A lot of these teams probably view him as a slot corner, and he ran a 4.58. As good of a football player as he is, NFL teams think about, athletic tools and how much can we coach this guy and what can we get out of him. I think that is why a lot of these teams just are going in different directions. They probably love Brian Branch, but a lot of teams also are probably like, we don't really want a 4.58 slot corner. I don't think this slide's going to last much longer. I would love for Green Bay to take him coming up here with one of these picks. All right, we are in a commercial break. I am going to take a second to tell you guys about the sponsor for the show here, Underdog Fantasy. This show is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy, the easiest place to play fantasy football. The moment this draft is complete, Best Ball Mania 4 goes live, and it is the biggest fantasy football competition of all time. Not even kidding. It's only $25 to enter for your shot at $15 million in total prizes and a first place prize of $3 million. You won't want to miss out on this action. The best part is, because it's best ball format, all you have to do is draft your teams, which you can do at home on your phone thanks to the amazing Underdog app. In Best Ball Mania, you join the tournament, draft your team as you would in any normal fantasy football league, and your lineup is locked in once the draft is complete. No waivers, no trades. That's right, it is set it and forget it until it's time to collect your cash. Underdog automatically optimizes your lineup weekly to create the highest scoring option. What are you waiting for? Get signed up at UnderdogFantasy.com or via the App Store with promo code TFG, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code TFG for your shot at $15 million inside Best Ball Mania 4. All right, Teddy's got his TFG bandana on. He means business now. Teddy, for the chat, is a toy Pomeranian, Bryson. Can tell the GF. All right, Teddy, who are the Panthers taking? And he is just the best dog and co-host. It's always hard when we don't have the audio on because I don't know if he's reading a script or... Wow, Jonathan Mingo. That... Here, buddy, look at the camera. There you go. Jonathan Mingo. So that NFL Rookie Watch Twitter page just got a much-needed W because he tweeted out today that Mingo is going to go earlier than people think. All right, I can see the thinking behind this. The Panthers have... There you go, Teddy. The Panthers have some gadget... Like, they have a guy like Laviska Shenault, so, you know, Josh Downs was always going to be slightly redundant. Not that they couldn't have taken Josh Downs, but they need some upside at wide receiver, and I'm all about, like, giving Bryce Young all the tools he needs. You know, Mingo, is it a little bit early? Sure, he was my wide receiver, 9 in this draft? He ended up 13 with a third-round grade. But when you go down the board here, you know, Parker Washington at 12 is a slot guy. Marvin Mims is a undersized receiver. A.T. Perry is an acquired taste, a very unique player. Jalin Hyatt is a deep threat, questionable. Then you get into Jaden Reed, Michael Wilson, Cedric Tillman, weren't the most productive players in college. And then Josh Downs. So, like, once you get into this range, you're looking for certain skill sets, and based on what they're going to need, which is a potential X wide receiver, someone that can play on the outside, be a real deep threat, I do like this pick. It's maybe a little bit early, but I see how he fits into the offense. I like this player. Incredible physical upside. You don't have a lot of 220-pound receivers that run 4.45 sitting around. And, you know, the more you watch Jonathan Mingo, you're like, well, he runs pretty good routes. He's explosive. He can be a vertical threat. He's got a good release. Like, there's a lot to like there. It just wasn't really all in the cards for him to be a consistently dominant player on tape. But I do think he's one of those guys that his best football is ahead of him, and I definitely see what the Panthers see in him. So I will give them a little bit of a, you know, and a little benefit of the doubt, and Bryce Young a little bit of a benefit of the doubt to get the most out of a player like this that whatever they had at Ole Miss wasn't able to. Buckeye early Lions draft grade, honest opinion. Right now, it's got to be a D-. Like, they're getting solid players, but they are taking the value that they had. I got to shout out Mike Renner. He had the perfect tweet. He said the Lions went to a steakhouse and ordered a hamburger, and that's like kind of what they're doing. Like, they really could have walked out of this draft with a franchise-altering. You know, they've had these 2 years to build this thing up, and you know, they had an opportunity to walk away with this with some elite talent, and they are kind of, you know, pissing it down the drain a little bit. They're getting fine players, but you got to consider what they had to work with. Pirate, Mingo is not a DJ Moore clone. I don't think he's quite as fluid or creative with the ball in his hands. But similar idea where you have a full-sized guy that can absolutely run. And he can give you a similar role, and with Bryce Young throwing him the ball, maybe someday similar production. All right, Saints pick is coming in here. Isaiah Foskey. So I will say, got to ring the bell a little bit on Keion White. A little bit more bell ringing. We've now seen, 10 edge players off the board at this point. None of them have been Keion White, who is in attendance. And with, not trying to slam Keion White, I feel bad for the guy. His agent clearly did a really good job hyping the dude up, but, you know, if anyone was going to take Keion White, it was going to be the Saints, who love big-bodied edge players. But back to Isaiah Foskey, to put this in perspective, I had him, I think, one tick above of Keion White as a third-round player. I think this is just a fine pick. They needed edge. They took Brian Brzee. Let me look at my board real quick. Who else would have been available for them is really the question you got to ask. I think I actually have to change this to like it because, as we've said, all these edge guys are flying off the board. I think they would have liked Felix Anudike-Uzomah, Derick Hall would fit that big body profile, but they're gone. I don't think BJ Ojulari fits their system, so I understand why they didn't take him. You go down the board, you got Tui Pelotu is the other guy I would have taken, but I have him just a smidgen ahead of Isaiah Foskey, so I can't be that critical of it. I think you maybe didn't need to spend this high of a pick on it. I think there are other players that probably could help you more at that spot. And if you miss out on Isaiah Foskey, it wouldn't be the end of the world for you. I think you could roll out the guys they have and be just fine. I just do not see a difference maker in Isaiah Foskey. I really don't. He's a stiff player. He doesn't have a lot of bend. He doesn't have a lot of creativity as a pass rusher. He's a north and south guy with fine power, but not special power. This is the second edge player that the Saints have taken in the last couple of years that I really disagree with their valuation on the guy. They took the Houston pass rusher 2 years ago. I thought it was a complete reach. I had a third-round grade on him. Likewise, I have a third-round grade on Isaiah Foskey. And I think I'm going to settle on him fine for him, because the edge players are flying off the board. I understand that they feel like they need a guy, but I really think they could have been fine just waiting. So, opinion on Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Budget AR? No, I can't get there with Dorian Thompson-Robinson. I know Brett Coleman loves him, and you got to give Brett some credit. He saw a very similar deal with Jalen Hurts, and he called his shot there, and that worked out. Brett seems to think he's got a great arm. I didn't see that. I thought he was really underwhelming with his arm talent, especially when he tried to push the ball downfield. The ball just kind of drifted out of bounds half the time. His deep ball completion percentage is horrible. You watch the tape. I just don't think he can command the football, and he's slender. He's 200 pounds. He also just made too many stupid mistakes. Now, sure, any guy can develop, but to call him budget AR, I think, is disrespectful to Anthony Richardson. Richardson has 40 pounds on him. He's got 3 inches on him. He's got a rocket arm. I think he's way more better with his deep ball placement. So, no, I think Dorian Thompson-Robinson is budget Jalen Hurts. Is that enough talent there to turn into Jalen Hurts? I don't think so. Jalen Hurts he plays at like 225 pounds, right? And his accuracy was pretty good in his final year at Oklahoma. So I'm going to be betting against Dorian Thompson-Robinson if he goes in the 4th or, 5th round. I'm fine with it. But 4th round is kind of like, okay, maybe this guy can develop into a starter someday. I really don't see that with him. I think best case you're getting like Tyrod Taylor maybe. Cardinals fan says, who's your ideal pick for Green Bay? Honestly, I think if you can walk out of here with Darnell Washington and Brian Branch, I think that's ideal. We'll see what the Cardinals do here at 41.
They just said that the Packers have already made their decision, Marcus.
What?
I don't know. They just said the Jets are now on to the clock because the Packers have already made their decision.
Oh, so they sprinted that card up to the podium. Mm-hmm. So I think this is going to be Darnell Washington, which would be a sensational pick. And I'd be getting pretty damn excited for this Packers team if it could be Darnell. I mean, there's a lot of really good players there for him for Green Bay here. We're close to Keion White to the Packers. I mean, you'd like to think that one of the big beauties of Leighton Vander Esch is there's no way they go Keion White in the 2nd round. All right, Cardinals pick coming in at 41 here.
He's giving shout outs to his parents. I know, it's hard for you to tell what's going
Are
on.
you're listening to it?
I've been listening to it.
BJ Ojulari. Great pick, Arizona. Great pick. Arizona's crushing it, man. The new GM coming in from Tennessee is doing a great job doing what the old regime did not do, addressing the trenches. You have got to be so optimistic for their approach with this draft. Collect assets, rebuild the trenches, and have a football team, not a track team, to trout out there every weekend for the Cardinals. I love BJ Ojulari. He always was going to have to probably go to a team that doesn't need bigger bodied edge players because he is a lighter player, a more slender player. He does give up space against the run. Really creative pass rusher. I think he can get better. I think he's a number 2 guy. He doesn't have the most athletic traits. He's not the biggest guy, as I said. He's not the fastest guy. He's got some bend, but he's not the bendiest guy. But he's going to be a very effective number 2 edge rusher for them. And good value. He, to me, was, I think, the 36th player on my board. But especially with how many edge players have flown off the board, you're pretty stoked about this. Now, Green Bay is up, and this could get really exciting. You have a chance to take 2 players that I would have been happy with. Well, maybe not happy. Brian Branch I would have been super happy with, and Darnell Washington is still on the board as well. Let's see who this pick's going to be. Don't screw it up, Green Bay. Luke Musgrave. All right. I'm all right with it. I would have been more excited about Darnell, but I will say I have always felt like Darnell he doesn't play at the freaky athleticism that he tested at. He's very stiff. He's not a great route runner. I think Luke Musgrave can be a very good separator. I want to see him, continue to add play strength. He's got to stay healthy. But I think this is a like-it pick. I don't think it's some incredible steal or anything. I had Luke Musgrave right in the middle of the second round on my board. He, ironically, the 45th player on my board, so right around the right range. It's like a like-it plus. I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see what he can do. And if they can get Brian Branch in a couple picks, that would be insane. But I do kind of agree. You have Musgrave. I think that's maybe where the like-it comes in. You have Musgrave and Darnell Washington as options. Grab Brian Branch at 43.
We have somebody that says, "It's a great show. Can you do a recap for those people at work?" You do. The night after.
Yes, I have the first round recap is up from last night, and then I will be doing on Monday, or really starting on Sunday through Monday, I'll be doing full draft grades for every single pick, team by team. So if you miss anything, you will be able to get my opinion on every single individual pick within a few days. So it's kind of impossible while we're doing all this stuff live to reiterate everything we've already said, especially for the live crowd. They want to keep things moving, but you will absolutely get your recaps. So the Jets at 43, they took the edge player. Didn't love the pick in the first round. I think Brian Branch would be my pick here for the Jets. Their safety room isn't great. You have Jordan Whitehead. They traded for Chuck Clark. Honestly, you can do a little mental gymnastics for me and say if you took Brian Branch at 15 and Will Anderson at 43, I could get behind that a little bit. The pick's coming in right now. Offensive line could also be in play. Joe Tippmann. Michael Morris, you're getting banned. Can you ban Michael Morris from the chat?
If you give me a minute.
Actually, I can do it. No spoilers, guys. Because you're the first one, Michael Morris, we'll put you in timeout, but no, and maybe it wasn't a spoil. Maybe you were just making a prediction, but don't say anything that looks like a spoiler in the chat, because that is not what people are here for. Yes, Admiral, it's a spoiler-free zone, but good pick for the New York Jets. I think Tippmann can play guard or center. I really just felt like they needed one more piece on that offensive line. And, Tippmann is an athlete. He can run their wide zone system very well. We'll see how things kind of fall into place. They have Becton, who's coming off the injury. You have Dwayne Brown, who's 38 years old. Max Mitchell, who had a decent rookie year. Do you trust him at tackle? I don't know. Got a couple guys in the interior you like. Elijah Tucker can be flexible and kind of play wherever. So you can kind of figure this out as you go. And I think this is a much better pick than what they did in the first round. I think it's enough for me to... It's between love it and like it. I think it makes a lot of sense. So I'll give the Jets a little bit of love after I trashed them for their first round pick and say I love it. But actually, no. I'm going to try to keep this consistent. We're going to go like it because I want to keep the love it for like amazing picks. This is just a good pick. So the Colts are up at 44. I think we did get a super chat in there somewhere that I missed. Pylon Podcast wanted Brian Branch. Sorry, you get Tippmann. Was there a Tippmann in draft day?
I went to school with a Joe Tippmann in high school.
Really?
That was not him.
I guess he'd be too young.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you everybody for your amazing super chat support. You guys are showing up, man. We got day 2. We're at almost 2,600 viewers in the house. I mean, I was expecting, if we could have passed 2,000 as a max last night, I would have been happy with our turnout. We have well over averaged that, so you guys are amazing. I know you have a lot of options to consume the live stream for the drafts. My pick for the Colts here would probably either be DeJuan Jones or Josh Downs. Let's make sure. Probably Josh Downs, or even like Jalin Hyatt could be fun here. Now that you have Anthony Richardson, give him a true deep threat to really burn down the field. You've got enough big-bodied guys, so I don't know if like Michael Wilson or Cedric Tillman are in play for me. Like Downs or Hyatt, I would get excited about. They're not going Darnell Washington because they already have a guy like that on their roster in Jelani Woods. Juice, yeah, dude. If the Pats get Branch at 46 to pair with Gonzalez, that'd be nice. Be really nice. Christian says, I don't have cable. This is how I watch the draft. Plus, your hair is better than Mel Kiper's. Ooh, that's a very nice compliment. Or maybe it's not. Maybe you think pretty lowly of Mel Kiper's hair, but Mel has the most, like, signature look in sports media, man. That hair is impressive. That'd be a good Halloween costume, would be to go as Mel Kiper, although half the people would have no idea who I am.
We should put up your picture
as Clay Matthews. Yeah.
That was some good hair.
Yeah. If you can find it, I'll put it up. Connor says, I miss John Gruden making the draft interesting. Yeah, those were the days. Julius Brents for the Colts. I like this pick. Really good system fit. He gets to play in a cover 3 system where he probably belongs. He can stay on the perimeter, work up and down the sidelines. Brents has incredible wingspan. He's got a really nice trigger. You look for cornerbacks that can snap onto routes, anticipate routes, play sticky coverage. Just at the end of the day, you got to cover dudes, right? You got to make decisions. You got to go out there, and he does that with length. He's going to be protected as far as his long speed is concerned. I want to see him improve his technique and press jam coverage. I think he's in a good spot to do that. But this is a big need for the Colts after they let Stephon Gilmore go. He was one of the best cornerbacks available for me at this point, so I love this pick for the Colts. I mean, we've seen a lot of corners come off the board, and for me, he was right there neck and neck with DJ Turner and Cam Smith for the best cornerback available. Tyrique Stevenson is still available, I will say. I kind of forgot about Tyrique Stevenson, who I'm a huge fan of. But for their system, I can totally get behind Julius Brents here and now, kind of in the middle of the second round.
We got a trade here.
Yeah, Detroit's coming up. Who could they be targeting? I would love to see a wide receiver for Detroit at this point. Oh my God, if they take Keion White. Although Keion White at this point wouldn't be that bad of a pick for Detroit, but it would be pretty funny. Satellite says, keep up the great work. For the love of God, pet Teddy, please.
It's a commercial break. Give him some snuggles.
You want some snuggles. Come here. Oh, you're such a good dog. So the Packers are moving down with Detroit. They either feel like Brian Branch is still going to keep falling to them, or they don't like Brian Branch. I think my guess is they probably have a safety in mind in the third round that they like and are going wide receiver here. Now, I think Green Bay lost their fourth rounder in the Aaron Rodgers trade, I believe. I don't know if they got a fourth from Detroit there, but probably wanting to recoup some draft capital there later in the draft. The amount of draft day trades in the NFC North have been pretty funny in the last couple of years.
Did you miss this super chat? I think you might have.
The Pet Teddy Please one?
That person? No, you haven't. Oh, did you answer the one about Watson? Was Watson the best second rounder last season?
Was Watson the best second rounder last year? Certainly up there. Who else would have been in consideration there? I'm trying to think. Kenneth Walker was pretty good. There had to be. I mean, I think Watson's got to be your choice there. Okay, someone tried to spoil a pick. We gotta put the hammer down. I got it. We gotta figure this out.
I think they got it.
Did they?
Yeah. You should give a shout out to your mods. They've been doing an excellent job.
Yeah, shout out to the mods in the house. Can patrol in the chat.
Really good job.
We love our mods. So, yep, the Packers get an extra 5th round pick to move down 3 spots. And I almost don't even want to acknowledge the spoiler, but I will. If the Lions took Brian Branch, it's obviously a great value, but I'm a little bit confused because they have 4 safeties. They have a slot corner in Cam Sutton. I don't really see how he fits into their defense other than a long-term replacement for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, unless you're just not going to use Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Again, I really like Brian Branch as a player, but Detroit is certainly a curious fit for him. Maybe the spoiler was inaccurate. You never know these days. Mr. Pirate, dude, you have been so generous tonight with the Super Chats. Glad to see Packers are keeping your blood pressure low compared to last year. Yes, seriously. My God. Last year was not good for the old blood pressure, that's for sure.
You haven't had any rants this stream yet.
No, they're doing a pretty good job this year. I will give them credit. And they did a good job with the Aaron Rodgers trade.
But even outside of the Packers, no real big rants anyway.
Yeah. So here comes the Lions pick. And there it is, Brian Branch. So, again, no spoilers in the chat, you guys. You suck, straight up. Don't be that guy. But, I'm just a little confused. I'm not going to, put this up there because it's a great pick in a vacuum. Getting Brian Branch with the 45th pick in the draft is you got to put a love it on there. And I'll keep it up there because we've hammered Detroit and he's a great player. And I've always preached, go get best player available. But I just don't understand where he plugs in. I don't know how much Brian Branch we really see right away. I mean, that part of the field is a strength. So Brian Branch is either a safety or a slot corner. They nailed the Kirby Joseph pick last year. They have Tracy Walker, who's a really good, strong safety, hybrid safety, can play down in the slot. They're paying him good money. He's a solid player. I don't think Brian Branch is going to dethrone Tracy Walker. And they signed Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who's a good comp for Brian Branch. And maybe they view Brian Branch as the long-term replacement for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who's only on a one-year deal, but you're going to play Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Brian Branch is not an outside corner. So, I'll keep the love it up there because at some point he's going to play and be a really good football player for them, and they're, at this point, clearly just drafting off of their draft board and ignoring need entirely because I can't think of a position that they needed less than a slot defender. But again, great value. Brian Branch is a hell of a football player. He's one of the smartest players, one of the highest floor players in this draft, and maybe he is good enough to dethrone Tracy Walker or something throughout the year. Very curious from Green Bay there, I will say, to give him to a division rival. Maybe they didn't think Detroit was going to take him, but we do have some super chats. So Tanner, I see that the Lions rescue Brad Holmes from whoever kidnapped him. They're we got to come out of this with at least one first-round player. Maybe that's what it is. They feel they got to at least give one first-round player to the Lions fans. Well, there you go. Your fourth pick is the best player that you got. That's not entirely fair. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs is a first-round talent. It's just ridiculous where they ended up taking him. Why didn't I have Jamie Robinson as my top 17 safeties, says Sean Norris. Well, he was 18th, to be fair, but my blurb on Jamie Robinson is he's a scrappy, undersized safety who can play any safety position thanks to his physicality around the line of scrimmage. Unfortunately, he isn't big enough to be a consistent run defender, fast enough to be a rangy cover safety, and he doesn't have the proper route anticipation to project as an outstanding quarters or hybrid type safety. His skill set should make him a quality backup and a special teamer, but it will likely be difficult for him to show the standout traits that it will likely need to show to earn significant defensive snaps. Just good player. I just don't see a role as a starter for him. And obviously I could be wrong, but I just didn't see it with him personally. Tanner, Could the Panthers win the NFC South with Young? Yeah, absolutely. I feel like I've been pretty vocal about that they might even be the favorites with Young. Atlanta's getting interesting, though, that's for sure. Who will the Bengals take in the second? Bracken, I don't know. I like getting an edge in the first. A guy like Tyrique Stevenson, who I compared to Chidobe Awuzie, could be a really fun pick. Ian, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Echo, my dude, you have really showed up. Super generous. Echo is the real MVP tonight. You deserve a soundbite, Echo. How would I feel if the Colts took Tank Dell later in the draft to play in the slot? Love the fit. Love the fit. They just need some juice at wide receiver. Did Green Bay trade down again? Or is that how far down they went? I thought they
traded down again.
Interesting. So they just clearly have some late round targets that they want. There he is, Keion White. He went home, it looks like.
Why does she look so sad?
Dude,
He looks
I almost feel bad. I do feel bad for the guy. He got really bad information. Like, his agent has to be the con artist of the frickin' decade, because he was in he was getting mock drafted in the top 10 in January. Daniel Jeremiah was screaming this guy's praises to the point of well, I don't want to throw any shade at Daniel Jeremiah. He is fantastic at his job, but it was just very weird, the hype that Keion White got. He got invited to the draft. Clearly he went home because he was pissed that he didn't go in the first round, which to me, the red flags are kind of there with this guy. He's 24 years old. He's very late to football. He was a tight end at some small school. He's a tweener. He's a Patriot kind of guy. I think he'll be a good fit. Eventually he'll be a solid Dietrich Wise replacement, and I see what the Patriots like in him as that hybrid end, and ultimately he ended up in a very good spot for him, to the point that I think I actually even like this pick, and this is the beauty of the draft, is sometimes the hype just goes too far and you have to talk down on a guy, but eventually he goes in a good spot. It's a little bit earlier than my grade was on him, but the edge players have flown off the board to the point that he's basically the best edge player available left on my board because 11 guys have gone. So at this point, I like the fit for the Patriots, and I hope he has a good career, but he was supposed to be this athletic freak. He ran a 4.7 640. His jumps weren't even that good. He doesn't... Oh, Jartavius Martin to the Commanders. Hopefully that's not the guy Green Bay wanted, because Jartavius Martin is an outstanding player. I'm a huge fan of his game. The Commanders secondary is reinvigorated. This is going to be one of my favorite picks so far tonight. So Jartavius Martin, this is going to get a love it from me. He's like a corner safety hybrid type. I think he could play safety for them. That's kind of where I project him. They have a couple safeties, but Cam Curl got to be probably in the last year of his deal. You had kind of a breakout year from Derek Forrest last year, but a 5th-round pick. You don't know how established he's going to be. I like him better as a safety in this system. Those that have been around the channel have heard me go on spiel after spiel after spiel about converted slot corners playing in a quarters-heavy system, and they took the quarters corner early. So if you had any questions on if the Commanders want to run quarters coverage, the players that they're taking signals that. But he could also play slot corner for them as well, which is something he did at Illinois. He's got a ton of athleticism, really good ball skills. So I love this pick for the Commanders. That secondary is going to be a ton of fun with Forbes and Martin. That's just a lot of speed and range back there. Hopefully they can get that pass rush cooking and have the defense they've been trying to build for the last couple years.
Is this the third Illinois player they've drafted already? This draft?
Yeah.
Like,
wait. Who was the... There's two for sure. Witherspoon.
I feel like I wrote it a third time. I can't remember who, but I feel like they've been
I
have
don't
more
think.
draft picks up front than they usually get.
I don't think they had another one, but
Even so, I feel like they don't usually
Yeah.
get that many in the.
they had an awesome defense. Lovey, for what it's worth, Lovey put a really talented group together that
Yes.
kind of reached their upside this year without him. But got some more super chats here from Pylon Podcast. Belichick punting the air after the Lions took a Brian Branch. Yeah, maybe. I mean, they're pretty crowded in that safety slot corner part of the field. I don't know if they necessarily would have wanted Brian Branch. Maybe they viewed him as a free safety, but Cody Mauch to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Him?
That's him, yeah.
Oh my gosh, he is so a North Dakota boy.
Yeah.
I've never seen one.
Yeah, he's a Viking, that's for sure.
Yes.
So I'm convinced that his aesthetic earned him an extra round in the NFL draft. I wasn't the biggest fan of Cody Mauch's tape. Really athletic guy, there's no doubt about it. And I do question this pick, to be completely honest. Like, I wanted him in a wide zone system where he can get on the move as a guard, get that athleticism going. I'm very worried that Tampa maybe sees him as a tackle. They sent the card in as a tackle. That is something that really matters here. I don't like him playing tackle. I think you had DeJuan Jones sitting right there, who would have been a great replacement for you. And they took the kid out of Central Michigan last year, and he really struggled as well, and it was a play strength concern. So I'm a little bit curious why they took Cody Mauch here. I know he's a great athlete. He's a hardworking dude. Maybe he can beef up and get there, but the way he handles power, I didn't like it. That North Dakota offense is... It's tough. It's a lot of running. It's a lot of play action. There's not a lot of true pass sets. I was surprised how much I didn't like Cody Mauch, because those are the kind of guys I usually fall for. But
Apologize. The chat is saying he was announced as a guard, not a tackle.
oh, okay.
I can't go back and change it. Also, North Dakota is not where he came from. It's north, not north.
North Dakota State, right? North Dakota State.
It's too late now.
Yeah.
Poor Cody.
Well, the NFL Network screen had tackle.
It did. I go off of that.
So maybe Goodell said guard. That's where I want him to play. But again, the play strength is a concern. They're more of a head-up blocking game as opposed to the wide zone stuff. So we'll see. I do have questions that he was like. I think John Michael Schmitz, Osiris Torrance, if you are taking a guard, such better players in that system. I could completely be wrong, but I really think they are passing up on better options here based on what I watched. From David, thanks for the super chat. Great job in the Cowboys prediction. Yes, Mazzie Smith, man, what a pick. What's my call for round 2? Let's go with my dude Tyrique Stevenson, which would be an unreal steal for the Cowboys as a corner. Tyler Eifert is a comp for Luke Musgrave. Maybe. I could see some of the size and athleticism. You know, my range of outcomes from him was low-end Kobe Fleener, who was a second-round pick for the Colts, drafted off athleticism and never really reached his upside. High-end Jimmy Graham. So, Tyler Eifert I could see in there. I always thought Eifert was a little bit more physical in the way he played than a guy like Musgrave, but it's not the worst comp I've ever seen. Luker, thank you for the super chat. Tanner again. Do I think Tampa kicks the QB can to next year's draft? Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't think they have a choice. I don't think you're taking Hendon Hooker, who I guess is like a very mellow bell ring. one little ding for the idea that Hendon Hooker in the first round was always insane. And it's only a little one dinger because I think a lot of people had that opinion. But there were certainly people that thought he was, could go in the first.
Oh, wow. They said Green Bay and Miami have already made their picks. Already sent their picks in.
Yeah, and people in the chat are spoiling it.
Well, tell them look.
Huh?
Don't look.
I already saw it, and I love it. I'm obsessed with it. But you guys, don't do that. Making TFG angry. You don't want to do that, do you? You don't want to get banned from the chat. I'm obsessed with it, though. I can't wait. I love it. So the Steelers pick is first. Northern Dakotas.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. All right. Keanu Benton goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is fantastic. Love it selection here. They have really crushed this draft, man. Up and down the board. Like, that was their next big need. They have their three big needs were very clear. Offensive tackle, another corner, and a 3-tech. Boom, boom, boom. Excellent value down the board. I couldn't be more excited for Steelers fans because this is a dream. Benton, I don't think he's ever going to be a superstar, but I do compare him to David Onyemata, who just got a 3-year, $30 million contract for the Panthers. Good run defender, good pass rusher, probably going to start as a rotational third guy for them and work his way up, and eventually could very well be a quality Cam Hayward replacement. Something maybe like what Stephon Tuitt was for them is maybe not a horrible comp either. I can't say enough about what the Steelers are doing. I think they are in that, basically if you're in the state of Pennsylvania, you're winning the draft between them and Philadelphia. So we did have this pick spoiled, and I am extremely excited for this one. One of my guys in this draft, Jaden Reed out of Michigan State. Hell yes. Brian Gutekunst, you have my attention. They break the mold, you guys. They stopped this stupid shit where they don't take big receivers. For years, they have ignored the guys like Jaden Reed, who are incredible football players, but they're too small. They don't run block. They can't play in the cold. They can't be a Packer. Bullshit. They have passed on so many Jaden Reeds of the world. Now they finally do it. A deep threat, a excellent slot player for them, which ultimately is a huge need. I cannot, I can't call it a steal because you guys will call me, being a homer and all that stuff. But seriously, it is up there with, just excellent fits as far as what this team needed. I mean, seriously, he was my number 8 wide receiver, second to a third round grade. My high-end pro comp for him is Tyler Lockett. The thing about Jaden Reed that's so special is he played mostly from the slot and was really good there. He runs sharp routes. He was dotting dudes up at the Senior Bowl with his route running. But he was literally the most efficient deep threat in the NFL. I have him rated above Jalin Hyatt in this draft as a deep threat too, but he also contributes from the slot, right? The Tyler Lockett comps are there because he has potentially the best in class deep ball tracking ability. Maybe Cedric Tillman you would put above him, but think about how Tyler Lockett has won over the years. Almost identical size to Jaden Reed, 5'10 and a half, 190 pounds. But those body control catches, the over-the-shoulder ball tracking, you get a guy that can play in and out of your wide receiver group and gives you something they don't have. I am ecstatic for this Packers draft. Brian Gutekunst, a tip of the cap, is nailing it. I really think the Packers have had one of the best drafts this weekend. When they took Lucas Van Ness in the first round, I said it. I said, love this pick. We'll see if they can get a tight end and a wide receiver. They got excellent players with those picks, and I really don't think I'm being a homer. I have slammed the Packers for their picks in the past, and I can't do that this time around. They have absolutely crushed it, and they traded down twice to do this. They got 2 more picks out of this, so love it. Absolutely love it. We do have a couple super chats. Is that right? Did Brett actually text me? He did. Brett Coleman texted me. He says, "Yo, what the fuck?" I'm gonna say, "Suck it." Little cross stream texting going on. All right. Okay, sorry. Let's talk about Cam Smith. We got some super chats to catch up on. Chat is popping off right now. So the Dolphins just made an excellent pick themselves. You're good with the graphic on your end. Love this pick from Miami. Sorry you're getting overshadowed a little bit by the Packers making a pick, but can't dismiss this one for Miami. I mean, you get a corner that they really need. You do bring in Ramsey. You do bring in, or you still have Maxwell. Seahawks just took Zach Charbonnet. All right. That's interesting. But I think it's a best player available pick for Miami. I would bet they had something close to a first-round grade on Cam Smith. I know some teams did. And I think they just look at this as he's our long-term Byron Maxwell. Oh, my God, Byron Maxwell. Xavier Howard replacement. And I like it. I don't know how much he's going to play in year one. I think Cam Smith could certainly play from the slot. We know Jalen Ramsey has thrived as a slot corner a lot of the times. So you can put Jalen Ramsey into the slot as that star role and play Cam Smith on the outside. Like, he's going to play a lot, but he's going to be fully realized 2 or 3 years into the future. So I think it's excellent value at this point. Cam Smith, I was a little bit lower on him because I thought the first round conversation on him was a little bit crazy because he's just a little bit loose in coverage. Reminded me a little bit of watching like Marcus Peters, where he's a playmaker. He's got really good first step acceleration, good ball skills, can come up and play screens and stuff. But as far as the anticipation, sticking in guys' hip pockets, and being a consistent coverage player, that's where he left a little bit to be desired. But great coaching in Miami. Vic Fangio, I like the scheme fit. Doesn't have to necessarily press a bunch. He does have good zone instincts. So, love the fit for Miami. And then the Seahawks grabbing Zach Charbonnet. I've got some questions on this one. I'm just thinking, I think they got their corner, they got a pass rusher, they got a receiver. They didn't really have any huge needs. I see where he fits. I'm working through this. I might take the questions off. A bruising guy to complement Kenneth Walker. He's going to be a good football player for him. I like Zach Charbonnet. And he was actually on my top 50 big board because he is just a really good, sound football player. I don't know if you needed to spend the 52nd pick in the draft on the guy. I think you could maybe take a guy like, maybe gamble on a Adebawore or maybe another. I mean, the receiver room's pretty damn good, but I think there's more valuable players you could have gone with than taking a running back here, but I think ultimately it's fine because when you really think about that roster, it's filled out pretty well at this point. So I'm not going to slam him for it. It's just a little bit rich. To me, I had Charbonnet as more of a third-round type of investment. Though, to be fair, it's kind of funny looking at this. I had Bijan Robinson was my number 1 player in this draft, just off of position valueless grading profile. He goes with the 8th pick. Jahmyr Gibbs was my 9th player in this draft. Goes with the 12th pick in the draft. Then you got my 3rd running back being Zach Charbonnet, 43rd overall best player in this draft, and I had a day 2 grade on him. So it's fine. You do have Kenneth Walker there, so he's gonna be a role player, but he's a good football player, and I see what they like about him. Yeah, we can play Adam's video. So the Bears are on the clock.
Bear down. Let's go Bears. Let's go Justin Fields. Take us Super Bowl.
His smile at the end is priceless. What's up, Adam? Hope you're watching at home. We miss you. We love you. He's able to watch tonight. He had to be at a concert last night during the draft. This is Adam's like favorite week of the year. He watches every single pick. So shout out to Adam. Bear down, baby. We do have a bunch of super chats to catch up on. I can't scroll up any further, so the most recent one I'm seeing is from Sean. If I missed anybody's super chats, you can DM me on Instagram, and I will. We will make sure that we don't miss that. But is Robert Cooper from FSU draftable? Well, he's not on my radar. I've got 343 players evaluated and another 100 guys that I put on a watch list, and I don't remember a Robert Cooper. So that would be one that I certainly am not aware of who that is. Is that a fullback or a kicker or a punter? Because I don't do those position groups. From Shadrach, welcome back. Shadrach, you were awesome last night, coming back in with the super chats. Who's better next season, Trask or Howell? I'm definitely going to go Howell. Thought Howell was a better prospect, and I don't know that Trask is going to start. I think Baker has a decent enough chance of eating up a lot of playing time there. To me, Trask was always a little overdrafted, good backup projection as like a Nick Foles comp, but I just don't see him as a potential starter. That was weird. I just totally spilled scotch on myself on my first sip of the night. I'm not even drunk.
My mom said Adam saw it this time. He says, bear down.
Bear down, baby. Can you get me a paper towel, babe?
Yeah.
Thank you. That was clumsy.
Here.
I think I was anticipating the straw depth that I've been used to with the water. I don't know.
We've got a couple super chats that say, bear down, Adam. Shout out, Adam.
All right.
Thank you, guys. We really appreciate your support.
Tanner says, do I think Tampa kicks... Wait, I already did that one. Gervon Dexter for Da Bears. All right. Like this pick. I like this pick for Chicago. So Gervon Dexter is a very interesting football player. He is a 21-year-old captain of the defense. Incredibly athletic. From a physical profile, forget about how good of a football player he is for just a second. He is kind of a physical clone of Chris Jones for the Chiefs at about 6'5", 300 pounds, athletic profile, length, all very similar. And it's not the craziest comp in the world. Chris Jones was a third-round pick himself. Now, Gervon Dexter has one defining weakness that is one of the craziest deficiencies in a player's game I've ever seen, but it's also incredibly fixable. And Mike Renner and I were talking about this. He, unlike any player I've ever seen, has the slowest get off the ball that I've ever seen in terms of the ball is snapped and he's standing straight up as if nobody ever taught the guy that you can go when the ball is snapped and to play fast. It is unbelievable. I can't even explain how that happens, why it's there, how it never got fixed. But in the reps where he does go, which is like 5% of the time, it's really explosive stuff. And that's why he declared as a true junior, despite a ton of production. But obviously that needs to get fixed. If he's standing straight up, he's going to lose almost every single snap. And what's crazy is against college competition, he still won half the time. Guys were firing into his chest, blowing him off the ball, and he was still able to reset and win. But again, you've got to win early more often at the next level. You got Matt Eberflus there. Can they coach that out of him? I hope they can. They needed a defensive tackle. Keanu Benton was gone. And I like this pick for the Bears. I did have a third-round grade on Dexter. I think he is a little bit risky. There is bust potential there for sure. and I don't understand why the get-off stuff was never fixed. But I think that's a fit where he's gonna work out. Let's catch up on the super chats.
Who's this guy?
That looks like Joe Thomas. Kind of looks like Joe Thomas. I don't think it's Joe Thomas. And then Tuli Pelotu goes to the Chargers. So Tuli was kind of the last remaining second-round edge player, in my opinion. I really, honestly, I love this pick for the Chargers. He did crack my top 10. I think he's better than guys like Keion White and Isaiah Foskey, who already came off the board. I love the fit here because he can contribute as a third rusher this year. He is extremely gifted as a rush linebacker where he's standing up over the center as that guy that comes in off the bench. Oh, so the Chiefs have traded up. Okay. But you have Khalil Mack still there, probably for one more year. But I think Tuli Pelotu can eat up reps early on. He can play the run, buy you a little bit of time on the gas mask for Joey Bosa and for Khalil Mack. But he can also come in dime packages. It's a position group that lacked depth for them. I think they got really good players, so that's an excellent pick for the Chargers, who continue to take players that I love. Chiefs are on the clock. We are definitely behind on the super chats because Baller came in with who would be a good pick for Miami at 51. How about Cam Smith? From Mr. Pirate again. My dude, you are amazing. What edge would I like to see the Panthers pick to pair with Brian Burns in the third? Only guy that I could really get too excited about, honestly, would be that I think would work for them would be Nick Herbig out of Wisconsin. You look at the success they've had with Frankie Louvu last year, that kind of hybrid linebacker that's quote-unquote undersized a little bit. Nick Herbig's a really efficient pass rusher. I think some teams are going to look at him as an off-the-ball linebacker. I don't see him that way. I think he's a little bit stiff, but he's a really efficient pass rusher. I think that would be the best player they could get. Beyond that, I'd rather wait a little bit. You know, the only other guys I'm comfortable with in the third round are Yaya Diaby, who's a developmental freak athlete. Byron Young would make sense based on how they drafted last year with all the speed. Zach Harrison is an interesting player with big size profile, highly recruited player that never really reached his potential. But beyond that, you're looking at likely non-starters, but good third edge guys like Dylan Horton, Viliami Fehoko. Andre Carter could be an interesting developmental piece, but I mean, let's face it, we've already had 12 edge rushers come off the board. There's only so many to go around, right? So I don't know if the Panthers are going to be striking gold at edge in this class.
Ross O'Neill is wondering if you could reply to his super chats.
Okay, Ross. Absolutely. I just need to find it. Let's see if it lets me scroll up that high on the YouTube.
Ross, if you put it in the chat again, we can answer it. You don't have to super chat it again.
Yeah. I want to make sure we get you. Austin, thank you, my dude. Go Pack Go, baby. They actually had a good draft. I can't believe it. Good job, Gutekunst. And it's not done yet. They picked up a bunch of picks. Elijah says, thoughts on if the Chiefs were to take DeJuan Jones here. I mean, that would be up there, maybe even at the top of the list for the best pick in this second round for sure. You guys know I love DeJuan Jones. I love him to Kansas City. I would have taken him at 31 in a heartbeat. Honestly, in my mind, I would flip DeJuan Jones, put him at 31. Felix and Aduke Uzama at 55 is much more like in line with how I valued these guys. We'll see if they do that here. They obviously let Orlando Brown go. They're comfortable with a big tackle like that. The Chiefs have stolen dudes, straight up stolen dudes in day 2 of the draft lately. Would not be surprised if they went with DeJuan Jones here.
So Ross's question is what your opinion on Rajon Wright is? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, I think it's either Rajon or Rejan. I thought he was a really smart player. I thought he showed really good zone IQ. He's lengthy. My high end kind of thinking on him was like in a best case scenario, maybe a few years down the road, he turns into Rasul Douglas. So like I like him. I walked away from his tape. You know, a lot of these slower corners, because he is slower and he wasn't really good at the Senior Bowl because that's not his game. He's not someone that's going to go man to man. He's more of that off zone, better when the game is on than following around the route runners of the world. But yeah, if you're a Fangio team, I'm cool with Rajon. Maybe as early as the third round. I could be talked into it in those systems, but I definitely have him as more of a day 3 guy, but I did like his tape for sure. Thank you for the super chat. Glad we got you. Jonah, what position would you attack next if I was Goody? Safety. Got to be safety. Can you get your hands on a guy like Chris Smith in the 3rd round and take this home run and turn it into a grand slam? Be real nice, because they do need some safety help. Colin says, why is John Michael Schmitz falling? Would he be good fit for the Bears? Absolutely, my dude. You know, this happened with Creed Humphrey. Maybe it's teams undervaluing center as a position. We saw this just a couple years ago. Creed Humphrey went with like the 60th pick in the draft or something to this team that's about to pick right here. But it is a fall. I did have a 1st to a 2nd round grade. He's definitely one of the better players available at this point in my mind. Okay, here comes the pick. Rashee Rice. Sorry, Chiefs fans. That's all right. So very early in the process, I was very vocal that I did not understand the Rashee Rice hype, because this is where he was initially projected to go. Around the top 50 picks, one of the top 10 receivers in this draft. I cannot get behind this evaluation on Rashee Rice. I will say, I warmed up to him a little bit. He's really good, work in the middle of the field. He's big, he's strong, he has really remarkable catches on tape, but the consistency is not quite there, because he's a contested catch ball winner who's 6 foot tall. Very reminiscent of why everybody fell in love with... That's not good. Just lost a little bit of voice there. Maybe, can you get me some tea maybe? That would probably be good.
Type in the Bears pick for me.
Yeah, I can handle that. But yeah, I just don't see him becoming a good enough player to respond to this value. You're passing up. Also, this is not a fine pick. I hate this pick for the Chiefs, which I don't hate a lot of Chiefs picks. But to me, you're passing up on so many more talented wide receivers. Josh Downs, who I guess I understand you have some gadget players already, but Cedric Tillman, Michael Wilson, Jalin Hyatt, A.T. Perry, Marvin Mims. I mean, I like Raheem Jarrett and Nathaniel Dell better than Rashee Rice. Rashee Rice I had a 4th round grade on as my 16th wide receiver, and I'm going to stand by that. Now, could he turn into a productive player because he's going to get opportunities with Patrick Mahomes? Absolutely. But I will stand by that I disagree strongly with that pick. I would not have traded up. Ooh, the Bears getting Tyrique Stevenson. Da Bears. Awesome pick. I need to type this in. I need to update the graphic myself while Anna gets me some tea, but I'm gonna play an ad for you guys while I update this graphic. Hey friends, allow me to interrupt the stream for a moment to tell you about my good friends at Underdog Fantasy who are sponsoring today's show. Underdog has revolutionized how you can play fantasy football. I've thoroughly enjoyed Underdog, and I'm excited to share it with you. They have a variety of different games that you can play to spice up your fantasy football experience. I've told you in the past about their Pick'em contests, where you are stringing together picks, things like player props, rushing yard over-unders, touchdowns. In the case of right now, you can play on NBA, XFL, MLB, make anywhere from 2 to 5 picks from any variety of games. You can even cross leagues, and you can win up to 20 to 1 on your slip. Underdog is also the king of best ball fantasy. If you are like me and you're in way too many fantasy leagues, but you just can't get enough, but you don't have the time to set your lineup every week, make trades, make transactions, check the waiver wire, but you want to put your football knowledge to the test and win some money thanks to it, well, Best Ball is the perfect way to do it. You do your drafts just like any normal league, but your lineups lock in. This is perfect for all of you draft enthusiasts out there. If you want to get the jump on a lot of the people in the fantasy football world that don't quite know all about these rookies, but you've been diving into maybe my content or other draft content, and you feel like you know exactly where these rookies should be going and where the value is, well, you have an advantage by signing up right now and competing in Best Ball Fantasy. And the second this draft ends, Best Ball Mania 4 goes live. $15 million in prizes. This is literally the largest fantasy football competition that has ever existed. I'm not making that up. So right now, head over to Underdog Fantasy at the website or on their mobile app. Sign up using promo code TFG. That is promo code Yes, John Michael Schmidt to the Giants, just a freaking round later. Are you kidding me? So, of course, the timing of the draft is going to do this to us. So we have the picks just absolutely flying in. The Bears taking Tyrique Stevenson, who is one of my favorite my guys in this draft. He's an awesome corner. They needed that next piece. This is going to allow them to put their second-round pick last year, Kyler Gordon, right into the slot. Actually, this is a certified steal for the Chicago Bears, one of those premium, amazing picks. You get to upgrade not just at the outside corner position, where Kyler Gordon really did struggle because he doesn't really have the speed to compete on the outside consistently. But you put Kyler Gordon inside, he gets better, and you put in Tyrique Stevenson, who's an awesome corner. He's my number 5 corner in this draft. I would have been comfortable with him for a lot of teams in the first round. So the Bears, after getting their tackle, come into the second round and get some really good players for that defense. So awesome pick for the Bears. And then the Giants taking John Michael Schmitz, who I had consistently mocked to them in the first round, but they get Deonte Banks, who's, talk about my guys. Deonte Banks might be my guy of my guys. And then they grab the guy that I thought might have been in play for them in the first round, and I know they would have been comfortable taking him in the first round if Deonte Banks wasn't there. So John Michael Schmitz for the Giants in the second round. This is almost identical to when Creed Humphrey went there. I don't know for sure that he has the upside of Creed Humphrey. I think they are a similar level of prospects. Creed was a little bit bigger, a little bit more athletic, so I don't know if John Michael Schmitz is necessarily going to be an all-pro type of center, but it is a player who, fell too far in the draft and never should have gone as late as he did. So, unreal draft for the New York Giants. It is funny that the Giants have so many of my guys over the years, and I was deemed a Giants hater. But it's just not true. I'm a big fan of that roster, the coaching staff, the GM. They are doing such good work for the Giants, and I'm happy for you guys. This is, a great way to keep pace with the division that's had a great offseason, a great draft. And then the Cowboys taking Luke Schoonmaker. Not a huge fan of this one, honestly. Darnell Washington is still there, by the way, and Schoonmaker turns 25 this year. I didn't love his play strength. He's an impact, like he can run routes. I don't really see him as a better tight end prospect than what Jake Ferguson was last year. I thought Jake Ferguson had a really good rookie year. I don't like this pick for the Dallas Cowboys. In fact, I kind of hate it. I would have waited or taken Darnell Washington, right? I can't get behind this pick. I just can't. We'll see how it plays out for them, but 2 Michigan players for the Dallas Cowboys. We have a million super chats. We got Teddy to put his Bengals jersey on here for the Bengals pick. Come here, buddy. Let's try and catch up. You guys are pouring in support for the chat here. I'm so thankful. So the latest one I'm seeing is from Pylon Podcast. Chiefs will regret not taking Josh Downs at 55. I think they're going to regret not taking DeJuan Jones with that pick. They have their Kadarius Toney. They don't necessarily need Josh Downs. Julian says, do I think the Vikings take a quarterback or trade up for Caleb Williams type next year? Well, ideally, yeah, you trade up for a Caleb Williams type. He could very well be a generational quarterback prospect. I don't think you can just willy-nilly say that, they can just trade up for Caleb Williams next year willy-nilly. It's not that simple. That's why I was critical of them passing on Will Levis, because those opportunities they don't come around. I could see them taking Hendon Hooker. That's the ultimate question, right? With the Vikings, it's what everybody keeps asking. What is the plan? When are they going to move on from Kirk Cousins? He's getting up there in age. They've hit a wall. It's the massive thing hanging over that organization, and they chose not to address it yet again this year. It's a frustrating topic if you can't tell by the tone of my voice, because I just don't get the plan. All these teams now have plans for the most part at quarterback. The Vikings do not. Andrew, what's up, dude? Good to see you, my man. The bourbon of choice tonight, it's actually Scotch. It is some British London Scotch. Drinking Compass Box here. I paid up for a nice bottle of their limited line of hedonism. John Glazer is the owner of the company. He's a family friend. I know his son watches the channel, so I want to say Josh, right? If you're watching, would like to hear from you. I may have butchered your name, but I do remember when we met years ago that you're one of those lovely British American football fans. Shout out to all of the Brits in the house and any international viewer here. From Denali Aviation, do you have anything on Justin Ford, cornerback from Montana? He led the FCS in interceptions in 2021 with 9. Let's see if he's on my watch list. No, he didn't make my watch list. So I have 39 corners evaluated and then another 13 on my watch list, and he wasn't there. So we'll shout out your boy, FCS leader in picks. Let's see if he sneaks into the draft. Willis, do I have any idea why DeJuan Jones is dropping so far? Well, I always knew I was higher on DeJuan Jones. That's why I always had him as a my guy and stuff. So I'm not going to act like I'm terribly surprised. I had a pretty strong feeling he was going to go in the second round. But, Orlando Brown fell into the third round for similar concerns. It's possible that, he did bail out of the Senior Bowl. He didn't do his workouts. It's possible that he didn't interview all that well and teams didn't really like his respect for the process. I could see that. He didn't really allow these teams to get a lot of information on him because, again, I think he just went to day one of the Senior Bowl, balled out, but then just left town, and then, again, didn't do any of the workouts really. Well, he did do his 40, but I don't think he did field drills or maybe he did. I don't know. I know there were some process concerns as far as, taking the pre-draft process seriously with him. But I think it's probably more about the size and the tape not being a fit for everybody. So Osiris Torrance, the Bills luck out here, man. They get a player that I think would have made sense for them in the first round in Osiris Torrance. This is a certified steal for the Bills. They need O-line help. It was a part of my thought on not like completely loving the Kincaid pick. I did like that pick. There's nothing really wrong about the Kincaid pick, but Torrance at this point fits their system. He's going to be a mauler. I can't really say enough about this pick. You steal linemen like this, it's funny. You see these two regimes basically mirror images of themselves, the Bills and the Giants, who are just an extension of that Bills staff down in New Jersey. like, they're both stealing really good linemen in the second round because their process is so good. And now we have Teddy excited to see the Bengals pick get announced here. DJ Turner from Michigan. Very good pick. High five, Teddy. Boop. Okay. Hang on, let's move this up a little bit. So, really good value at this point. Second round on DJ Turner. Probably my best corner left on the board, I would think. Stevenson just went. Forbes, Smith gone. Yep, DJ Turner, my best cornerback available. This guy ran a 4.26 40-yard dash. He's a little bit loose in coverage because he moves so fast. He kind of struggles to throttle down, and he is a more slender player too. So the biggest thing with him is if he's covering bigger-bodied receivers and they're running stop routes like hitch routes and comebackers, or if they stop and come inside on a dig, like he's going to struggle to kind of throttle down and stay with those guys in that area of the field. Beyond that, not a whole lot of knocks on this guy's game. He's physical against the run. He does lack a little bit of size, but you're not going to beat him over the top. Very, very similar to Trey Waynes, and he was someone that the Bengals liked. He couldn't stay healthy and be an impact for them, but you can see some similarities in what they like in that guy that they just signed, 3 or 4 years ago. So I look at a guy that is going to get in the mix for that cornerback room. Can Chidobe Awuzie get back healthy? But maybe. DJ Turner also has experience playing in the slot. They needed another guy in that secondary, in my opinion, and that's a fantastic value to get him at that point. So for me, I think that's a love it pick. And then I know we have a few more super chats here. Or maybe not. Maybe I am caught up. I think I am actually caught up. Again, if I missed any super chats, please do try to let us know, because I'm very thankful for you guys, and I want to make sure we can answer all your super chat questions. It's like a relief to get a commercial break here, because we're wheeling and oh, thank you. Shout out to my beautiful wife, Anna, for helping us for the second night in a row. She's going to be here for all 3 rounds of the draft. We had to struggle through day 3 alone last year without her, and it was a grind. So we're very thankful to have our beautiful tech assistant. And this will be good for the old voice. That's pretty good. You put honey in there? Nice. Like it. Is honey good for...
Thinking about any food? Are you hungry?
I am not hungry. I don't know if I'm going to be hungry. I stuffed my face with Culver's.
Sounds good. While we have a minute, you should give the mods band power.
Take a moment to give the mods band power. I like it. Oh, here's a super chat that I didn't see.
Somebody wants to know why Teddy's a Bengals fan. It's because I'm a Bengals fan, and Teddy is my lovely dog. Now he's our dog.
Hopefully that came through. All right, give the mods. The question is how? Permissions, no. That's the thing, is I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, we'll figure it out later.
Yeah. We're coming.
So people want you to give Teddy a treat. Teddy's gonna be 50 pounds by the end of this stream.
He likes these little salmon, soft and tender salmon bites. Bills should trade back up for DeJuan Jones. Dude, that old line would be nasty. DeJuan Jones next to Osiris Torrance. Wow. Apparently there was a Culver's ad on as I said that. Maybe on ESPN or something. It's a sign.
Teddy is 7 years old, for those people that are asking. Got a couple more super chats. Pop up.
On the food topic, one thing I would do, hot take, late night Perkins run after the stream.
Oh,
Haven't had a late night Perkins run in a long time. From Matt, who do you think the Pats should target at 76? I personally like Raheem Jarrett, but I saw you were lower on him. Dude, I am not lower on Raheem Jarrett, actually. I've got him as a third-round guy, which is about as high as you'll see for him. I'm a believer in his talent, so I'm game for that. They just need a little juice. If Josh Downs happens to fall for them, like that could be a fantastic pick. A lot of super chats pouring in here. I'm going to wait till this Jags pick comes in. I did see a super chat here from Jonathan saying Teddy needs one more treat. So, wow, Brenton Strange ahead of Darnell Washington? What are we doing? I mean, Strange is a blocker. I compare him to Richard Rodgers as a fourth-round pick. Look, I get not thinking Darnell Washington is going to be this incredible separator, but at this point, what the hell are we doing, NFL? I think we are way overdrafting these tight ends. I hate this pick. I think it's a huge reach. I don't see him as an impact player. I think he's a tight end too. I see how he fits into their, like, look, I get how the Jags are like, we're going to try to win right now. We've got a good team. That's a fallacy a million teams have made before. Yeah, he's got a role as a blocking tight end next to Evan Ingram, who's not a real inline guy. I understand how he fits on the team, but you don't have to take that player here. And if you're going to do it, take the freaky Darnell Washington to do it. I hate that pick for the Jags. It's one of my least favorite picks we've seen in this draft. Michael, thank you for the super chat. You guys are awesome. Also from Happy Duck. As a Giants fan, I think they're killing it. Thoughts on what positions they should target next? Much love from Alaska. There's one of our northern brothers we were talking about last night. Yeah, I mean, they are absolutely killing it. They have probably had, on a per pick basis, they have absolutely smashed it. A lot of reaches here. Back-to-back Penn State guys that I think are complete reaches. Juice Scruggs going to the Texans.
That's a name.
It is a name. Wow. So, to finish answering your super chat, Happy Duck, I think at this point, you just keep going best player available. I could look at receiver for them, even running back to take a little bit of pressure off of Saquon, keep building through the offensive. Like, just keep going best player available, man. Keep going down the board, get good football players. That to me is what should be the priority for the Giants. I don't think once you get into the third round, it's not like it's not like you need a draft for need. Is Brenton Strange related to Cole Strange? No, I don't think so. I do not believe so. Jahan Smith, is there any possible reason Darnell Washington is falling? I think it's just the separation ability. Like, he really is a stiff. Like, I know he tested really well, but he doesn't really separate on tape, honestly. Like, he's a pretty easy cover for linebackers and safeties. So that would be the reason I think he's falling. I also felt like his blocking was a little bit overrated. Like, he had highlight blocks, but he really didn't sustain blocks all that well. I thought he had a lot of improvement to go on his technique. But with the size and the willingness he showed, you're projecting him to be a more consistent, sticky blocker at the next level. But maybe teams really didn't like that. He kind of just threw himself around a lot as a blocker. So those would be probably the two reasons. We got the Broncos pick coming in. I still haven't reacted to the Texans pick here. The pacing from the draft is just killing me. But Juice Scruggs to me is just a reach. I don't like this. Maybe it's I've got questions because we did just see a couple centers fall off the board, but the second round for Juice Scruggs is pretty crazy to me. He's a solid athlete. He can block their system. I see what they kind of like about him. Like, he's got good get off. He's got good hand usage. Can sustain blocks in wide zone. They've got the Shanahan system coming in. They're going to run a lot of that. He'll be fine, Juice Scruggs, but I didn't see a lot of play strength there. I didn't love his pass protection. I don't know, man. It feels very rich for Juice Scruggs, who for me was a day 3 guy. The Broncos taking Marvin Mims. I like it. I think this is very good placement for him. I would go like it on this pick. Not that there's necessarily someone I'm thinking of that I'd rather go with or anything. It's just, we're trying to really save the love it picks for guys that I think are going to be outstanding picks. I thought Marvin Mims projected as a good rotational contributor down the road. I like how he wins the vertical ball. Maybe this buys you an opportunity to eventually move Jerry Jeudy if you're getting phone calls for him because they're kind of that route runner type. I don't know. Marvin Mims, he got a lot of hype. Just for whatever reason, I didn't really feel like he popped to me. I didn't watch him this guy's going to be a difference maker at the next level. I think he can be a solid third starter, someone that can play a little bit from the slot, play a little bit outside. I had him as a third round guy. They take him with the last pick in the or that is the third round. So it's a good pick for the Broncos. Am I missing a pick? I think we're caught up on the picks now, right?
I think you're caught up.
Okay. We do have a bunch more super chats. Perkins is gross. You are right, but if you want breakfast at 2 a.m, it's your best bet. Apparently, the Bengals are shopping Jonah Williams. Would you think an early third would be fair for him? Yeah, I think that sounds about right. He's going to have to be paid soon. He had a down year last year, maybe even a fourth. He apparently does not want to move to right tackle, is what it sounds like. Jags would be better off double dipping on DeJuan Jones. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. If you were the Rams draft room, who would I be banging the table for with both of our third round picks? So we got one coming up here. I think they took Avila, so I'll stay away from offensive line. Maybe Cam Mitchell out of Northwestern is a name I would throw out there. And how about Darnell Washington? If he's there. There's a couple names for you. Cameron Mitchell, a corner out of Northwestern who would really fit their defensive scheme.
They're giving a tribute to the veterans.
Shout out.
If we have any veterans in our stream, we so appreciate you.
Yes, any and all veterans. We will participate in the shout out. Thank you for your service. We unfortunately didn't have enough time to do our 24-hour stream last year that we were going to dedicate to the veterans. Maybe this summer we'll be able to have time for that. The Euro trip definitely made that tough last year to squeeze that in on top of all the deep dive stuff.
Yeah, getting married is kind of busy work, Having a honeymoon, it's a lot.
So much work. Should Cincinnati target an offensive player in the third or go best player available? Thank you so much, Felipe. My philosophy for all of these questions of what positions should you target, once you get into the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh round, to me, it's you're looking at your board, you're looking at the top 5 or 6 players available, and you're saying, who are the best players here? And yeah, you might think need a little bit. Where do these guys have opportunities to make the team? You don't want to just take a bunch of guys that you're going to have to practice squad or cut. But really, I think across the league and my philosophy, we're taking the best player available on our board. You're not drafting for need once you get into the third round. It's just not realistic because you're now at the point where the majority of these players are not day one starters. So drafting for need at that point, it's kind of silly, right? You're trying to fill out your roster, fill out role players for sure.
What is this? Who is this guy?
Is he? He must be a veteran, right? Zach Pickens.
I don't know.
Look at all those Pickens.
Get all those Pickens.
So back-to-back 3 techniques for the Bears. We knew that they were going to put a premium on this position, right? I'm a little bit surprised that this wasn't Siaki Ika to get their nose tackle because they already took Gervon Dexter, but I do like Pickens. I had a third-round grade on him. He flashed to me. I like his athleticism. I like this pick. Really athletic guy. Honestly, he's not terribly far removed from what Javon Kinlaw was coming out of South Carolina, who went with the 12th pick in the draft. You know, he's a horrible run defender. He has no anchor. You don't want him anywhere near the football field on running downs, but you put him in there on rushing packages, and he can get after the quarterback. The fun thing is, my pro comp for Zach Pickens is someone Bears fans are going to be very familiar with, and that is Bilal Nichols, who the Bears, I think, spent a 4th-round pick on like 5 years ago, was a good player who ended up getting a new contract with the Raiders. So you kind of get the idea of who this player is. So I like it. You now have a couple guys. We knew the Bears were going to have to really target defensive line. I love that they got Tyrique Stevenson. And, after I kind of disagreed with their selection in the first round, I think they're making a good combination of picks to help out that defense now on day 2. This is very much in line with kind of roughly the type of players I was getting for them in their mock draft. So I like the picks. Thomas, Jordan Battle, or Jam Robinson for Green Bay. I would hate Jamie Robinson in the 3rd. I am just not in on him at that value. We were talking about him earlier. I just don't see a starter in the league. He's not a good enough athlete. He's not very big. I don't think he has the reactionary quickness of a guy like Brian Branch to play those hybrid safety systems at a high level. You can coach that stuff up, but I really think it's a reach. He's one of those players that I heard the hype, knew the hype going into the Senior Bowl, didn't really see it, watched the tape, and I'm just like, he's just a guy to me. I know he's, played at Florida State, was a team leader, had good ball production. I like that, but I don't think his traits are really all that great. We'll see where he ends up going. To me, he's more of a 5th or a 6th round type of guy. Jordan Battle, on the other hand, I'm more than down for. I like Battle. I like Chris Smith a little more. But I do think safety is going to be on Green Bay's radar, and there's some players they could certainly take here. I would say either Chris Smith or Jordan Battle. Chris Smith would be the guy that I'm like ecstatic. Like Green Bay has basically had the perfect draft, if that's who it is. Add a mod? Can try. For who?
Tony Soprano.
Okay. Tony, say something so I can add you as a mod. Tony Soprano. There he is. Standard moderator. There we go. Katie Hallen, how is Ade falling so far? Great question. Ade is a monster. We've had a lot of reaches, a lot of picks I disagree with. He should not still be here. I will say, like, Bears, I think Ade Adebawore would have been a better pick for them than Pickens. It's nitpicky, but if the Eagles get Adebawore here, it's like overkill. Or what if they take like DeJuan Jones?
Moon God's in the chat. He said, "I'll go easy on you in the playoffs if you mod me."
Deal. Hey, we should drop on that note, we should drop a TFGO application in the chat. I do play in a Madden league with users, you guys, in case you didn't know. It's on Next Generation Xbox. We do have a wait list right now, but let me just I can grab it. If you are interested in playing with me and all of the good people of TFGO, I will drop the invite, or not the invite, the application. You got to read the rule book and go through a little application, but there you go. Johan Smith says Justin Shorter will have a productive 10-year career. Kind of a hot take. Shorter had a pretty solid career for not necessarily a solid career, but he had solid tape for Florida as a deep threat. If my memory serves me right on him, he missed the majority of his. He was just kind of coming on late, right? Yeah, in his strengths category for me, was playing his best football and building momentum in his final season when an injury set him back a few weeks. He was kind of the number one guy for Anthony Richardson. I do have a draftable grade on Shorter. He ran a good 40 at really good size. I could see it. I could see him sticking around as a third or fourth wide receiver on a few different teams. Sure. Okay. I think I got him out of here. All right, we haven't had a pick in a couple minutes, which means get ready for
Well, and they picked 2 in a row.
Oh yeah, so they should just fire them both off. Tyler Steen, okay, and they are having him just read both picks off.
All right, I'm gonna put them in separately
though. I don't know who the other pick was. Well, let's do Tyler Steen. Okay. I like the pick, Tyler Steen. So, we don't need to keep harping on DeJuan Jones. It is what it is. I do still like him. We'll see where he ends up going, but I like Steen. I think, Sidney Brown. There you go. Was the other pick. So, I see Tyler Steen as a potential starting tackle in 2 years. His technique, he's just a little bit discoordinated. Really strong dude. Obviously, started at left tackle for Alabama. He's a good run blocker. I like his muscle mass. He's got a weird weight distribution. If you guys remember me talking about Kelvin Beachum before, where you look at him and it's his torso starts where most people's his waist starts where most people's diaphragm starts. So he's just got this tiny torso, and sometimes it leads him to get toppled over. Sometimes it's just a very weird body distribution. But I really like how he projects as a guard. I think I had him in the 3rd round, and I really see how he fits this system. I had a 4th round grade on him, but if it was as a guard, I would see him as more of a 3rd round guy. I do have him listed at tackle on my board, but they needed a guard. I think he could absolutely start for them on day 1, and it's a very Eagles pick, so I like that pick. And then Sidney Brown for them. That's another really good pick. He's an interesting player. He hasn't played a lot of over the top free safety stuff. He's going to be now going into more of a Fangio system. We'll get to kind of see how his experience as a dime linebacker, as a slot corner, some of those kind of snappy coverage skills, do they transition to a hybrid safety? He's a good athlete. a good prospect in the third round. So the Eagles filling a couple needs with good players in the third round who they continue to have a really sensational draft. We got the Broncos pick coming in, but a couple super chats. So George...
I just want to say I can't hear what they're announcing them as, so sorry if I screw up what they're announced as. Sydney Brown was announced as a guard.
She's just going off of... To be fair,
NFL
you're just
Network.
going off of what the NFL Network's
Yes,
doing.
I
So if
can't
they're
hear.
saying he's one thing, it's not our fault. They should listen to what they have the damn audio.
Yeah.
Come on. Broncos picks coming in already. So we'll react to this and then we'll catch up on super chats. Oh, Drew Sanders was still there. What the hell? I forgot about Drew Sanders entirely. So, Detroit, this is why you messed up in the first round. The next linebacker doesn't go until the third round in Drew Sanders. What a pick for the Broncos. Wow. This is like a unreal pick. So the Broncos don't have a pick until the third round. But they get a guy, Drew Sanders.
Sorry, I'll fix that.
Yeah, like in my predictive mock draft, I thought if any linebacker was going to go in the first round, it was going to be him because he is a really fluid athlete in space. He's going to have a chance now to really sit and develop for a year. They have a couple linebackers there, veterans that are going to be starting for them. But Sanders, long term, I think this is like the ideal spot to take a Drew Sanders. How often on this channel have I talked about get athletes in the third round, force them to learn the game, climb the depth chart, don't hand them starting jobs. It's such a hard position to learn. Force them to really have to understand that position and earn their way up the depth chart. Drew Sanders, to me, could be a Pro Bowl / All-Pro type of linebacker someday on this development track. That's an unreal pick for the Broncos, who that's their first pick of the draft. Like that's, or they just took. I think that's actually their second pick. They just picked Marvin Mims, but yeah, that's awesome. Good for the Broncos. So super chat from George. Say something nice about Detroit's draft. I don't disagree with your take. I just like it much better when you love their drafting. Yeah, I mean they are finding. Brian Branch was great value. I'll say that. I don't know how much he's going to play year one. That's a nice thing. I think they've got guys that are going to play for them, and they'll be fine players. It's just like, I think they got solid starters when they could have had game-changing players in this draft. I'll shout out Mike Renner again, who said Detroit went to a steakhouse and ordered a hamburger with this draft. Like, it just couldn't be a better summary of their draft. I know you were asking for something nice, but
They look very nice.
Detroit?
Yeah, the players that they've drafted, they've all looked very presentable.
They've been very presentable.
Yeah.
I don't know. Most of the guys weren't in attendance because they weren't supposed to be first-round picks.
Well, they look lovely from home. Their families look very nice too.
Yes, I'm sure. They're drafting high-character dudes. Tanner again with the super chat. Thank you. As an Eagles fan, I like Steen for the future, and Brown can start now. Appreciate you, Tanner. You're always showing up with the dubs in the chat, my man. Hit you with a dude.
Dude.
All right, last. I'm going to down the rest of this.
Careful, it's hot.
It's not hot anymore.
Also, people want that kid.
That was very helpful. My voice is much better. We want Teddy Cam. There he is. Teddy.
Turn him around.
If you're going to sleep, at least sleep in front of the camera. You're such a good co-star, Teddy. Doing such good work.
Oh, Mr. Pirate. Mr. Pirate. Thank
Mr.
you so
Pirate.
much.
Did you go find some pirate booty and bring it to the chat for us? You're showing up big time with the support, man. Thank you. had to do something on the WF. I don't know what that means, but you had to go somewhere. Gotcha. But anyway, hoping the Panthers get a Yetur Gross-Matos replacement, since I don't think he'll convert to 3-4. I think he'll be just fine in a 3-4 technique, or as an on-ball linebacker. I wouldn't be so worried there. I think he's a natural athlete and can hold up. But long term, he has been disappointing. I like the Wisconsin linebacker, pass rusher linebacker for him. What's his name? Nick Herbig. I just would love to know what's going on in his mind right now.
Absolutely nothing, per usual. All right, Lions, here's your chance to prove us wrong.
What you got, Lions? Hendon Hooker. I hate it.
Oh, no.
Oh. I just wasn't the idea, like, when you make the Jared Goff trade, this is identical to the Falcons taking Desmond Ridder last year. It's like the same damn thing. Where, like, technically this is good value, but wasn't the point when you got Jared Goff, let's establish a timeline to get a great quarterback in the building once we build this thing up? You had the 6th freaking pick in the draft. You move down and take a running back? You're right there. You're so close. You could have moved up for Anthony Richardson. You could have moved up for Stroud. You could have done anything other than what they've done. You just not only butchered this draft, you bought yourself a damn ticket to purgatory for the next 5 to 6 years. I don't get it. There is nothing wrong about the value of this draft. It is the process and foresight that I don't understand what happened. I really believe they had a plan. The last 2 years, this is like freaking the new Star Wars trilogy. Started great, and then it's like you brought in a new writer and he completely changed the script. And then the last episode just sucked. Like, this does not line up with what the plan was supposed to be. I genuinely think this is the worst pick in the draft because this makes everything so confusing. You had such a clear path. You had the 6th pick. You could have gotten your quarterback. Or at least take Jalen Carter and go for it now. I cannot believe it, man.
It's good for us being Packers and Bears.
Yeah, but like honestly, I mean,
what's sad for Detroit?
I can never imagine Hendon Hooker. And obviously I could be wrong about any of this stuff, but he's not. A best case scenario is Dak Prescott, and that's like absolute best case scenario. I think he's more like Daniel Jones in a good situation. I think he could also just be Kellen Mond. So I can't get behind it, Lions fans. I'm sorry. I've been very pro Brad Holmes, but this to me was a mind-numbing draft. Deck, yeah. If that's true about Darnell Washington in a knee situation, that's definitely something to be concerned about. We've seen a lot of like big-bodied guys like that. Sometimes they just can't. They don't have the bone integrity to withstand that type of weight at that size. So I could see it. That sucks. I mean, hopefully someone gets a steal and he stays healthy. Tank Dell to the Texans. That's really fun.
It's worth it.
Okay.
He's making comments about women and football.
Trogbear. Get out of here. Grow up. Okay, so Tank Dell stays in home in Houston. That's also really fun. I love the way he fits here. You get a little bit of juice in that room for CJ Stroud, a quick separator. Tank Dell is a twig. He's 164 pounds, but lightning quick route running, release, good player with the ball in his hands. You got some size in this building, right? You got Robert Woods. You've got Nico Collins. You got John Mechie coming back, who I think can grow into a good possession player. You want to build diverse playmakers, a diverse room, and Tank Dell definitely brings something that they don't really have in that group. And I love staying home with Houston. You know, the second round was always a little bit risky for me with Tank Dell, but now that we're into the third, I love that pick. Well, Mr. Pirate is serving in the Navy. Shout out. Thank you for your service and for your support. So the Raiders pick is coming in. I'm going to take a bathroom break when we get to the next commercial break.
Somebody said that you should do the Packers pick, like announce the Packers pick.
Oh,
I don't think you would ever be invited to announce.
Well, didn't they have
Packers picks?
Yeah, they wouldn't pick me. That's for sure. They'd definitely go with Grousey. But, what was I just gonna say? I think they had a YouTuber do a Lions pick in like the 6th round a couple years ago. Byron Young to the Raiders. I like this. Byron Young is just a very solid football player. I don't know if he's ever going to be like a certified starter. He's a lighter player. He's 295 pounds. You know, he wins occasionally as a rusher with some really fun stuff, but he's just, you know, he doesn't have all of the tools at his disposal. He doesn't have great athleticism. He doesn't have great play strength. So sometimes his stuff, it's not that he doesn't have a pass rush plan or a pass rush tool belt. It's just that some of his stuff just kind of misses. His consistency and win rate is a little bit lower because he doesn't have the physical dominance or the speed dominance at that position. But defends the run really well. Great arm length. Has, you know, classic Alabama discipline as far as hold your gap, wait for the run to come your way. Good shed diagnostics. He's going to be he's one of those guys where he's going to play in the league for a really long time, and you know, should be a good player for them. Okay. Funkmaster Jeffy, welcome back to the Super Chat gang. You know, again, with the who should someone target, you know, I think Denver could use another player in the secondaries. So the Northwestern kid, Mitchell, or interesting pick from the Saints here that we can break down. Or maybe the Syracuse corner, whose name's Williams, I think. Garrett Williams, maybe. Kendre Miller to the Saints in the 3rd round. I think this is early, personally. I was not really overwhelmed by Kendre Miller. I watched him. I watched a couple games of him. He really just kind of felt like just a guy to me. I've got a day 3 grade on him. He's my 15th running back. Strengths, stays light on his feet with a jump cut consistently. He's good at making guys miss. He's got he's got long arms. He puts on good stiff arms. He's got a patient running style. There wasn't really anything wrong with him. He's not a powerful runner. He's got a thin lower half, so he doesn't have very good, he's more of a shifty guy than a contact balance kind of guy. Sorry, where'd my mouse go? Sometimes it's hard to find it. I don't know. I question it. I look at other backs in this class. Devon H. Like if you're looking for a shifty guy, Devon Achane was there. I really like other backs better in this draft. I think it's a little bit of a reach. I'm not a huge fan of that pick for the Saints, to be honest. Now's the time to take a bathroom break. We just got 5 super chats, so I think I'd rather catch up. Brandon, the Bobby Lane curse snuck back into the Detroit facility. Yeah, maybe, man. It's rough. I really thought they were into a new era. Johan Smith, I'm kind of sad. I really wanted to see the Lions win because of historically bad they've been. I hope this draft works out for them somehow. I mean, yeah, you're right. I do too. But it's just like I cannot understand the process with this one. Happy Duck, thank you for the super chat. From Shane, if you remember, I won a TV on an NFL draft bet based on your analysis a few years ago.
Right.
I do remember that, Shane. You're still using the TV to this day. Let's go. And go, Pack, go. We're killing it, Shane. Awesome. Dude, Ian, if Green Bay gets Michael Wilson in the 3rd round, we're breaking out the champagne, man. That'd be incredible. Absolutely. And he would fill a different role than what Jaden Reed came in with. All of a sudden, that receiver room, or maybe you get Darnell Washington this late. IDEC, yeah. Adebawore to anybody at this point, honestly, would be a fantastic value. If I'm Arizona, I would take Adebawore in a heartbeat. All right, I am going to take that quick bathroom break, you guys. This show is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy, the easiest place to play fantasy football. The moment this draft is complete, Best Ball Mania 4 goes live, and it is the biggest fantasy football competition of all time. Not even kidding. It's only $25 to enter for your shot at $15 million in total prizes and a first place prize of $3 million. You won't want to miss out on this action. The best part is, because it's best ball format, all you have to do is draft your teams, which you can do at home on your phone thanks to the amazing Underdog app. In Best Ball Mania, you join the tournament, draft your team as you would in any normal fantasy football league, and your lineup is locked in once the draft is complete. No waivers, no trades. That's right, it is set it and forget it until it's time to collect your cash. Underdog automatically optimizes your lineup weekly to create the highest scoring option. What are you waiting for? Get signed up at UnderdogFantasy.com or via the App Store with promo code TFG, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code TFG for your shot at $15 million inside Best Ball Mania 4. This special shout out to Underdog. Love those guys. They've been so great to work with. So happy to have them sponsoring the stream. I just want to fire off a quick tweet about Detroit, apologizing to Lions fans because they were so close. A little charcuterie board action over there.
Just some cheese and crackers.
That counts, I think. Crackers, tomatoes, and cheese. That's a charcuterie board. There's Garrett Williams off the board. Arizona, man. Crushing it. Absolutely crushing it. I love this pick for them. I think I've even made this pick or something very similar in my 7-round mock drafts on Patreon. Arizona, desperate, like they need a lot of position groups, but that cornerback room coming into the draft was like one of the worst position group listings I've ever seen. It's crazy. Like they really didn't have a player, depending on how you feel about Marco Wilson in year 3, they really didn't even have a player that was like you feel remotely comfortable starting. Did the Giants just trade up here?
The Giants did trade up.
Okay. Garrett Williams is coming off an injury, but awesome scheme fit. Did the off-zone stuff. You've got Gannon's system coming in. So I love the way he fits this scheme. It's a great value. I've got a true third-round grade on Garrett Williams. And to me, I love this pick for Arizona, who the new staff, I think, couldn't really have played this draft any better. Super chat from Bryson. Oh, the Giants take Jalin Hyatt. All right, New York. So I will take a bell ring real quick. Never understood the Jalin Hyatt hype. Thought first round on him was absurdly insane. Even second round, I was like, man, even then it's pretty rich. You get into the third round, and you're looking at a guy with this type of deep threat ability, and now all of a sudden it's a love it pick. Like this is the right range for a guy like this. So I compare him to Quez Watkins, who has a very designed role in that Eagles offense as the vertical threat. I think Jalin Hyatt's going to struggle with some of the physicality aspects at the next position, at the next level. I don't think he's going to be bodying guys up down the field, and I think physical corners are going to give him a hard time. But he gets to kind of sit and learn from Darius Slayton. I think this pick is going to challenge Darius Slayton to really stay on it and continue to get better like he did last year, so it helps that because they're kind of redundant. I don't think you get much from Jalin Hyatt in year one. I just don't. I would be surprised if he sees the field much at all. He might get a couple deep targets that you're just kind of sprinkling in. But I will say, I just had a thought. You know, Brian Daboll is as good as anybody at hand-picking individual skill sets at the wide receiver position and finding ways to get them going. So if anybody in the NFL was going to look at Jalin Hyatt and say, okay, this guy can't beat press, he can't really win on his own, but if you get him in space like Tennessee did and let him go deep on crossing routes, posts and stuff, he's going to be a good player for them in that role. So I don't know how much of an impact he's going to make in year one, but as far as value and long-term projection, excellent pick. Oh, now Teddy's up. That's right, Keely Ringo is still there. It's another little, just the fact that he's still there. Oh, the Browns get Cedric Tillman. Back-to-back Tennessee wide receivers. We can keep the love it grade up there. Cedric Tillman cracked my top 50. He's a true X wide receiver in this class that doesn't have a lot of them. Outstanding 2021 season. Was good in 2022, but then got hurt. Is that it? That's not quite 3 straight Tennessee players, but he to me is going to challenge Donovan Peoples-Jones immediately for your perimeter X wide receiver job. And it's not that DPJ is bad, but he hasn't really shown to be great either. So you're just getting more talent in that wide receiver room. I think you're getting exceptional value, and I can't really argue with that at this point. So great pick for the Browns. Bryson says, do you think Detroit is drafting to stop Minnesota to win the NFC North, trying to find a way to understand their draft? Yeah, that explanation doesn't really make sense to me because I don't think they've gotten too much better with the picks they've had, and I don't know who they are drafting that Minnesota really wanted, so I don't know about that.
I think Minnesota's hurting their own draft. I still think they should have taken
Will Levis. It would have made a lot more sense, but they've only picked one player.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the player they took.
I don't hate their pick.
Yeah,
I just don't love it.
They aren't. They're scared. They're scared to like mix it up.
Yeah.
They're so content with just being average. Moon God, thank you, my dude. Thoughts on who Atlanta could take? Let's pick a name for you. Anybody left on my top 50 board? I mean, Darnell, you could. I mean, that would be very consistent with their draft. If they're comfortable with the medicals, Darnell Washington here would be an unbelievable pick. I think he's the only guy left in my top 50. DeJuan Jones is still there. Tyjae Spears is still there. You're not taking him. Oh, Adebawore. There's still some guys. There's still some guys in my top 50. Yeah, Adebawore would be a great pick for them with that Saints staff. He could play on the edge. He could play a little 3-tech. Learn how to play that kind of hybrid role from Calais Campbell. I'd run that pick up to the podium here. No, Micah, I think Hyatt is entirely complementary to Wan'Dale Robinson. Wan'Dale is a small, scat, slot, playmaker, gadget guy. Hyatt is just run deep, run far, run fast. I don't think they're redundant at all, honestly. I think they're complementary. Yeah, Josh Downs would be really fun here for Atlanta. That's another player on my top 50 board. So definitely some good players. We do have Green Bay coming up. Michael Wilson is still there. Chris Smith is still there. I really hope they take Chris Smith, Green Bay.
You know, now that I say that about the Vikings not taking quarterback, remember they took that quarterback 3 years ago that was just a
total bust.
Maybe they're just nervous.
Yeah, we actually just brought him up with Hooker, Kellen Mond.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's my worst case scenario for Hendon Hooker is that he's Kellen Mond. Mm-hmm. They kind of have the same deal. The thing with Mond was he was always such a robotic player from the pocket. He just didn't move his feet, and Hooker does the same thing, and that's what kind of scares me about him. Everything was set up really well for him at Tennessee.
Falcons have had a lot of picks.
Three picks? Took Bijan, Bergeron.
I guess.
Or is it just two?
It feels like they have because they keep getting trades and getting bumped back.
Okay, Falcons pick. Just waiting. Zach Harrison. That's a good pick. Makes a ton of sense. I would much rather have gone Adebawore, but as I've said in plenty of mock drafts, they brought that Saints staff in, so they're going to want big-bodied edge guys, and they just got one. Zach Harrison is 270 pounds. He has an absurd wingspan. He's got like 36.5-inch arms or something insane. He was a highly recruited player. I think with how the board has fallen, this is a love it pick for the Falcons. I thought third round we'd be more talking about guys like Foskey, White. That wasn't the case. Those guys went really early. This is a big need for them. I do have a third to a fourth round grade on Zach Harrison, but he's a good system fit. He's got upside. He can play the run. I can definitely see how he fits in there, and I think it's a good pick. I do wonder what the hell is going on with Adebawore. Why do these teams not want to take a risk on that guy? You're telling me you're gonna take guys like Brenton frickin' Strange in the second round, and you don't want to take Adebawore, who is like maybe the most athletic defensive lineman we've ever seen enter the NFL? It just doesn't make sense to me. There's got to be something else that we don't know about. Okay, Patriots pick. Marte Mapu to the Patriots. Okay. I look, I love this pick. The Patriots love three. They don't just love, they are three safety defense. That is their base. they announced him as a linebacker, by the way, which does not surprise me. Adrian Phillips can't play forever. It seems like he has in New England at this point, but how old is Adrian Phillips at this point? He's got to be getting up there. This is Adrian Phillips. Like, that is who this player is. He is your dime linebacker. The Patriots have a very unique system, and if you would have asked me before the draft, where is the perfect place for Marte Mapu to have success in the NFL, it is in New England. Adrian Phillips, 31 years old. That is getting up there in age for a safety. But Marte Mapu is a really good, intermediate cover defender. He plays the run. He's physical. And they'll find ways to get him on the field this year. He's not Kyle Duggar 2.0, Steve. I will say that. He does not have the speed and range. Duggar's a different kind of player. This is more of the Adrian Phillips type of player, who's more of a... Rams take Byron Young. I really don't think Mapu has the upside of Kyle Duggar. That's why Duggar went, 34th pick or whatever it was. So I really like the fit for Mapu to New England. And the Rams taking Byron Young. Just a good range for him. I had a 3rd to a 4th round grade on him. Hyper athletic dude. He is already 25 years old. I think he's going to turn 26 in his rookie year. But hyper athletic dude's going to fit their system. He's got a good get off. You can run stunts with him. I don't know if he's ever going to be like a high end starter or anything like that, but his speed is going to provide value for them. And he's still relatively new to football, and I think once you get now into the mid-3rd round, I'm totally fine with that. The edge players are just screaming off the board, so you really have to take these guys clearly kind of early. Okay, Packers pick is coming up. Give me Chris Smith.
You're so less stressed about these picks this year.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
My camera's a little bit out of focus. Here we go. I am kind of nervous. Like, this could be so good. You'd think it's got to be a safety. That safety group is so bad. I bet, you know who it probably would be? Kelee Ringo. I could see him taking Kelee Ringo. And I'd be totally fine with that in the 3rd round. Tucker Kraft. Hell yeah. Dude, I was screaming double dip at tight end for Green Bay. That's a ring the bell, man.
Does he not have a school?
He's South Dakota State? It's either South Dakota or South Dakota State. I never can get all those straight. Dude, I love the double dip. Oh, yes, I love this pick. I'm so excited, you guys. Oh, my God. Just had to sneak it in. Had to sneak in your favorite player. So, I mean, that's a steal. You get Andy Dalton. No, you guys, you don't understand how much 12 personnel the Green Bay Packers want to run. And if there's a huge question about Luke Musgrave, it's can he be a good blocker in line? And he doesn't have to do that anymore. Tucker Kraft is a physical blocker. This is awesome, man. I love what the Packers have done in this draft. I could not be more happy with Brian Gutekunst. You have, I'm not going to say won me over because that's 2 years of bad drafting to one really good year. So, honestly, 3 years of bad drafting. But, I could not endorse this draft anymore. And the Colts get Josh Downs in the 3rd round. Oh, I'm just going to ring this bell for the Colts because that's such a freaking good pick. But I have mocked Josh Downs to the Colts almost every time when you get to that 35th pick that they had that they took the corner with. Almost every time I've taken Josh Downs for them because he's such a great fit. I'm so excited for the Colts. This is amazing. Josh Downs was my 5th wide receiver in this draft. To me, this is a hot take. The difference between Jackson Smith and Jigba and Josh Downs, incremental. It is really not that big. In fact, I think Josh Downs has a little bit more vertical speed. No, Teddy. Let's put you down. Unbelievable fit. You have two big-bodied receivers already. You've got your tight ends there. You did need a playmaker, however. You needed a guy in that offense that you can throw those RPOs to, throw bubble screens to, get the ball in space a little bit, and get a quick separator for Anthony Richardson. Echo, dude. Let's go, dude. Unreal. The MVP of the night is Echo. Huge W. Thank you so much. Can't thank you enough. But yeah, the difference is marginal. Thank you, Evan, not incremental. But yeah, dude, Colts have had such a fun draft. Unreal. Let me let Teddy out real quick. So you know it's dark outside now. Time flies
Brandon's
by.
happy.
Oh, Brandon. Shout out to Brandon. Shadrach. My ceiling comp on Musgrave was Jimmy Graham. Granted, a low comp on Kobe Fleener. He was a risky prospect. Jaden Reed. My high floor comps were Philip Dorsett to Tyler Lockett. And then Tucker Kraft, I think I threw more of a... I mean, him as a tight end 2 is so perfect. I never knew if he was going to be a high-end starter. Cole Kmet was my comp for Tucker Kraft. And you'll take Cole Kmet in the third round every day of the week. Report that the Jets wanted to take Gibbs? Really? I refuse to believe that. That'd be insane. I mean, after you already have Breece Hall, I don't get that. Yeah, Keely Ringo falling to 86. At this point, I would consider it a fall. I did have a second to a third round grade on Keely Ringo. That's why I was ringing the bell earlier. He's just, as I said, not very good at football, unfortunately. He's a freak athlete. I see him as more of a safety, but in the right fit, he at this point is going to be a very big steal. But happy that I never really bought into the hype on him because, again, his tape just wasn't good. He had bad games, and then even in the games where he wasn't giving up a lot of yards on paper, it was like, well, that defensive front is winning so quickly. You look down the field, and the wide receiver he was supposed to cover is 5 yards behind him, and the quarterback just didn't see him.
So the Panthers did you see that? They traded up.
All right.
Steelers.
All right. Let's see what they do here.
What's your prediction?
I'm going to predict Yaya Diaby out of Louisville, one of the last remaining good edge rushers. We had Mr. Pirate wanting an edge earlier, so let's get Mr. Pirate one of the last remaining good edge players in this class. They love athleticism at that position. Oh, DJ Johnson. This is earlier than I thought he'd go, but I like DJ Johnson. I really do, you guys. This guy is a freight train of a bull rusher. When he's on, there are few pass protectors that can hold up on him. One of the big reasons I was not a big Blake Freeland guy was because of how much DJ Johnson ate his lunch money, stole his lunch money. Dude, we need like some merch of all of my. We had
She ate his lunch money.
We had breathing down his throat last year. He ate his lunch money. So DJ Johnson, I think I was a touch higher on him. He was my 21st edge rusher with a day 3 grade. But again, with all these guys flying off the board, I can see what they like about him. So he's 260 pounds. He's got over 33-inch arms. He ran a 4.49 40, a 1.59 10-yard split, 28 bench reps. Let me just read his profile here. Provides ideal size and strength to create push and set the edge against the run. So I saw a couple games of him. In the first game, he didn't do much as a pass rusher, and that's why he was a little bit lower projected. The consistency wasn't really there. And this is a risky pick, especially because he's a little bit older. He's a sixth-year senior. But he does set a hard edge against the run. He has flashy, scary flashes of dominance as a bull rusher when he can unlock the speed in his first step that he showed off at the combine. So that's, I think, where a lot of that inconsistency came from, was just putting that get off all together. And I think coaching can really get that out of him. They have incredible coaches there. So like, he has the tools to put things together to be a good complementary bull rusher. What is going on in the chat? Anna's just breaking.
I'm sorry. People are just making fun of things you've said before. Somebody said, if somebody ate my money, I'd be terrified. The ultimate plan.
So I'm not. Sorry. I still have the certified steal up on Carolina. I'm not going to say it's a certified steal. In fact, it's a little bit earlier than I like DJ Johnson. But considering most are going to see this as a reach, I do like this pick for Carolina, especially with how many edge guys have. Do I need to eat a $1 bill now?
No.
Shadrach, could Ringo be a Tyrique type of sleeper at this point? Yeah, maybe. Tyrique was pretty unique, but the tools are fairly similar, so I could see a comp there. Evan, yes, dude. The Packers, Jordan Love era. We got weapons, man. We got a pass rush. It's going to be really fun. Couldn't be more happy for Packers fans, but especially for Jordan Love, because after how patient he was sitting through this whole thing, he deserves a little help. He deserves this opportunity, and I just can't wait to see him prove people wrong. There were people in my YouTube comments saying, how can you criticize other teams for passing on Will Levis and not say the same thing about your Packers? And I'm like, oh my God, people just hate Jordan Love. Like, no, you're not going to just overpass Jordan Love before he even gets a chance after you just trade Aaron Rodgers away to give him that chance. We got a bunch of super chats to catch up on. I do think Teddy's ready to come in. He ran away. He ran off. He's like... MC4 Mula, been watching for years, recently joined your Patreon as an Eagles fan. This was the best 20th birthday ever. Hey, happy birthday. Fly, Eagles, fly. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Titans are going to make a pick any moment now, but they're hyping something up. Carter, Lions are picking everyone around early. I don't know if anyone else came up with this. Gibbs was supposed to go 18, Campbell at 48, LaPorta at 55, etc. Yeah. If you just are you're sliding Brian Branch up to 13, you can do a little mental gymnastics. Honestly, the worst pick for me for them is the Hendon Hooker pick. Ooh, Tyjae Spears to the Titans. Ooh, that's a sexy pick. All right. This is really fun. They just made the same comp on the NFL Network that I have for Tyjae Spears, and that's Aaron Jones, who, remember, Aaron Jones, great running back. He ended up going in the 5th round of the NFL draft. He is so explosive. He brings something that Derrick Henry doesn't have as a receiving back. He can get out in space and do a lot of the third down stuff, but they already were shopping Derrick Henry. It's not going to last forever there, right? I don't know if he's 30 yet, but he's coming up on it. Tyjae Spears in that offense is a potential starter and a replacement for Derrick Henry. So if you want to talk about, like, you know, a dynasty option, as a guy that is eventually going to maybe be a star running back in the NFL. I think Tyjae Spears in Tennessee is someone to definitely keep your eyes on. He's a really talented back. He was on my top 50 list. I'm excited for the Titans. They've had a truly special draft, a draft that is sparking some life into their future a little bit here. Really going to, I think, shut up a lot of people that projected them as maybe a team that we're going to be picking really high in next year's draft. I don't think that's going to happen. Keegan, yeah, Darnell to the Chargers. Darnell to anyone at this point, honestly, it seems like it's a medical situation that we're unaware of at this point. There's Yaya Diaby off the board to the Bucks. We just said his name. Figured he would be coming off the board soon. Freak athlete. He's one of these guys that got screwed over by having to play inside as a 4-eye technique and a 3-3-5 college front. It just doesn't. I mean, he lined up at straight up defensive tackle a bunch of times. So it's just not fair to him. It's not fair to NFL evaluators to try and project his skill set. He held up adamantly. He did what he could, but now he's going to come in and learn from Shaq Barrett and be a long-term potential replacement, give you a little bit of juice. You know, him and Cansey could really grow together. The stunts you can run with these two guys. I think this is a really good pick. I had Yaya as I think a 3rd to a 4th round grade. Yep, 3rd to a 4th round grade. Essentially my highest graded edge player remaining. I do have Nick Herbig in there as my 11th ranked edge player, but he's very much an acquired taste because he's kind of that hybrid type of linebacker. I would, dare I say, even love this pick, considering all of the edge players that have fallen off the board, and I think he has a chance to really be a starter into the future. Mr. Pirate, again, you're amazing. The support, truly incredible. But I do like the DJ Johnson pick as a potential project and starter long term. If nothing else, though, he's going to be an effective third guy. I like how he pushes the pocket. I like how he plays the run. You're not always drafting starters here in the 3rd round, especially at a valuable position like edge. If you're getting a guy that can just make an impact as a rotation, that's got value in its own right. You know, like if he truly puts things together, DJ Johnson, from a consistency standpoint, with that first step and the hand placement, you are probably talking about a guy with starter traits. But he is a 6-year senior. The more likely situation is he can just, come in, defend the run like he did at Oregon. And if he's out there against the pass, just say, try to blow up the tackle, cause chaos, force him to run into a hurricane up front. And I think he can be effective at doing that. Nocturnal with the super chat says, "Eat my rent money." Gross. Barry says, "This stream is eating my lunch money. I'm broke now." Thank you, Barry. Appreciate you. Elijah Cook, if Jones falls to the Chiefs and they don't take him, I will cry. I would be so surprised if they don't take DeJuan Jones. Arizona Dream, Keely Ringo plus DeJuan Jones with 2. Yeah, I don't know about Keely Ringo for that system. They're going to be running the Fangio thing where you really need quick hips and a quick trigger, and I don't see that. I think Ringo is either got to go to a cover 3 system like Indianapolis or Seattle, maybe like Denver, maybe Carolina. Ejiro Evero has been pretty cover 3 heavy over the years. I don't love Keely Ringo in that system. If you're putting him as a safety convert, sure. I could see it. DeJuan Jones, I also wouldn't love for Arizona because he's 6'8", and you have Kyler Murray. I don't think you can actually draft DeJuan Jones if you're Arizona because he can't see over him. Mike, yeah, I have no good answer for you on why Adebawore has not gone yet. That's maybe the biggest surprising fall at this point. You would think, we're talking about Trayvon Walker went first in the draft last year. I don't think there's a significant difference between Adetomiwa Adebawore and Trayvon Walker as prospects, honestly. The fact that he's still there is crazy. And that speaks volumes as well about how much Jacksonville reached at that pick. But, yeah, you would think he's going to go here with one of these picks soon. Stanley says, where do I go with this next pick if I'm the Vikings GM? I think you got to get a corner. I'd probably go like maybe Corey Trice. I'll look at my board in just a second. I want to see this Broncos pick, though. I'd probably go Kelee Ringo, honestly. I think you could work with that. Riley Moss to Denver. Yep, that lines up for me. He's I had him as I think a late third, early fourth round guy. Really like smooth mover in space. He's got good speed. The rare white cornerback. We haven't had one starting in the NFL, I think, for 20 years. So, that'd be kind of historic. Could be a trailblazer in that way. I think Iowa has another white corner coming out next year, but really fluid hips. I like how he fits that system. They're going to run a lot of zone stuff, and he can definitely fit in there. Good value. I think I'm going to go like it on this pick. There's other corners that I think were a little bit better. And again, we're saving Lovett for some of my more favorite picks, but can get behind this pick for Denver. Absolutely. But to finish answering your question, Stanley, I think I did actually. I said Kelee Ringo would be my next pick, or Darius Rush. Kelee Ringo, Darius Rush. A couple guys that I think could run press man for Flores. Yeah, Sheridan, definitely at this point, very clearly Darnell dealing with some knee issues. Hopefully he can get healthy, and oh my God, they would. God, you guys, they would. Oh my God. It's like a drinking game. Drink every time the Miami Dolphins take the fastest player in the draft. Unreal. I mean, this is for the Dolphins. Devon Achane is a certified steal. What a draft they've had, considering they didn't have a first-round pick. I mean, it's just more speed. You gotta put a track team together just to keep up with these guys. I think there's Mike McDaniel. He's like, how is he there? Man, the wide zone fit, what he's gonna do in the receiving game. Lethal fit. This is one of those, like, how did we let this happen kind of picks. I'm not the biggest Devon Achane fan because he had to be such a specific scheme fit, but my Lord, what a find for Miami. After you get Cam Smith in the second round, really good day for them. SG, sorry we missed your super chat on DeJuan Jones. But, yeah, he could have been an option for them as well. They do need a right tackle. Peyton, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would I rate the Colts draft? I mean, A or an A+. I love every pick they've made at this point.
Didn't you ask on a scale of 1 to 10?
10. Okay, Chargers get Diane Henley in the third round. This is... Dude, my comp on him is Eric Kendricks, and he's going to sit behind Eric Kendricks for a year, and that's how you can reach your high-end comp of Eric Kendricks. My low-end comp was Monty Rice, who I think went right around this range. So kind of nailing the analysis, I think. He's a really fluid guy. He's a former receiver. He understands coverage. I think he's a little bit underwhelming as a run defender. He shoots gaps and makes splash plays in the backfield, but he's not going to be a guy that takes on a bunch of blocks and all that. But this was a big need for the Chargers. Really having a great draft for the Chargers, who have soured on their GM a little bit. But Tom Telesco, I think, is knocking this draft out of the park. And this is a certified steal. He was on my top 50 list. I thought he would gone in the second round. So you're getting him late third. That's outstanding. Should the Chiefs take Darnell as a project for Trav? I don't see Darnell Washington as that kind of player. I really don't. I know you look at the on-paper athleticism, but again, I will reiterate, he is not a route runner. He's not a separator. I want him in more of one of those Shanahan offenses where he's mauling. He can slip out and play action on those crossing routes. I don't really see Darnell Washington as a great fit in Kansas City other than anything other than an inline complement to Travis Kelce that allows him to play wide receiver, basically. So, no, the Chiefs shouldn't take Darnell as a project replacement for Trevor. That would be Zach Kuntz if you want that player. But you can take him as an impact in their run game and an interesting mismatch piece for the receiving game. Nathan says process is fine on Hooker. He's either a backup if Goff keeps playing well or a cheaper bridge QB, still can get more talented QB later on. Yeah, but it's hard when you're good. It's hard when you're competing and winning games. Again, like I said, you had the 6th pick. You were in striking distance of high-end quarterback prospects. They chose to go a different route. These are the same excuses we make for teams like Minnesota and Atlanta and teams that find themselves in purgatory. You have to be bold. You have to go for it if you want to get yourself out of that situation. All you've done is prolong. You've eliminated the likelihood that you're going to make a move for a quarterback because you're going to convince yourself that you need time to see what Hendon Hooker can be. And your next guy in is going to be another average player. It's at least I'm consistent with what I said about Atlanta. There's nothing wrong with the value of Hendon Hooker in the 3rd round. It's the fit. You want greatness at that position, and you now have 2 players that aren't going to give that to you. What's the value looking like for a Budda Baker trade? At this point, I don't know how you trade Budda Baker if you're the Cardinals, man. Like, make them sit for a year if you need to. But they're doing something special, man. They're having a great draft. They're moving down picks. Just say, Budda, please. You're a system fit. You're a team leader. We need you. Like, we love you. We'll pay you. We'll give you a contract extension. Can we please work this thing out? Take us back. Just give us a year, and we can get this thing back on track once Kyler gets healthy. And I do believe that that's a convincing sales pitch. So that's the way I'm playing it. You know, player empowerment is great, but, you know, you can't just force your way out in the NFL like you can maybe in the NBA. So I would hold on to him and say, come on, man, let's figure this out. Do I see anyone left with all-pro ceiling? I guess if I have to pick someone, it would be Adebawore. But those are high expectations, right? I wouldn't even put all-pro ceiling on. Like, that's just like, you know, a lot of these players have good athletic tools, and a lot of them have a rare best-case scenario where they make an all-pros. But that's rare territory, right? There's only, about 53 players out of 3,000 make an all-pro team every year. About 40 of them are already reserved for the game's elites. So if I had to pick someone there, I would probably go Adebawore. Maybe Zach Kuntz, the tight end, who has insane upside at tight end. Pirate, yep, I'm with you on those. Go corner or O-line depth for the Panthers draft. Ravens, Trenton Simpson. So that's a bell ring because I was always saying Trenton Simpson. I hadn't even thought about him. To me, Trenton Simpson was like, his tape sucks, but his athletic tools are insane. Talk about a guy that maybe has all-pro upside. Like, I had him as a 3rd-round player. Never understood the hype on him, has no idea what he's looking at. But in Baltimore, where they don't want to pay Patrick Queen, he can sit for a year, he doesn't have to do anything but compete, fight, earn a job, show that he can understand the game at a high level. Maybe he plays a Tyus Bowser role as well, which is something I'm very fascinated in. They have shown that is a role on their team. Now, they changed schemes, so maybe not so much anymore, but his best ability is as a pass rusher. So, if Patrick Queen plays well, he's like he can earn that contract extension. Trenton Simpson can maybe carve out a role as a pass rusher. That to me is honestly where his upside is at its best. So I love that pick for the Ravens at that point. It's not a certified steal like some people are gonna think. I think he's a risky prospect that might not be any good. I had a 3rd round grade on him. This is where I thought he should go. I can't call it a steal. A lot of people are gonna rave about this pick, and I love it, of course, but it's not some insane value like we maybe thought on that player.
So the Niners traded up with Minnesota.
Okay. Doug Games says, as we've seen from the Lions, would you consider it as the worst draft in 2023 and probably in the 2023s? Yeah, I mean, this is a memorably terrible draft for me for Detroit. Alex says, love the work you put in. Appreciate you. You keep my NFL buzz going all season. Shout out to TFGF and Teddy for telling my Bengals. Flaccid Slurps. What a name. What a name. Grade for the Eagles is, I mean, they're killing it, man. Highest of grades. Couldn't be doing a better job. And should you trade for Swift? I could take or leave Swift, honestly. I don't think he's an upgrade from Kenneth Gainwell. I've always thought he's... I don't think Swift has that... I know he went to Georgia, but I don't think he has that dog in him. Like, he just... He's kind of a soft player. He kicks everything outside. He's not a... He's a good athlete, but he's not an insane athlete. I don't know. You could, take him or leave him. Honestly, if you want to send a 6th round pick for DeAndre Swift, fine. But I don't think you need to. The Niners have taken Jair Brown. It's a little early for me, honestly. I think there's much better safety prospects available. Chris Smith, Jordan Battle. I think Jair Brown is a physical player. He's a smart player. He could definitely prove me wrong. But to me, he lacks the range to play free safety. He's not going to be your Jimmy Ward replacement. He doesn't have the athleticism to go up top. You already are a little bit slower at that position, as good as Ufanga is. You're going to kind of force to Jair Brown's going to be kind of forced into a role where he has to play, he has to cover. I'd be a little bit worried about that, honestly. I liked him as maybe a strong safety. He's really physical around the line of scrimmage. I get what they like about him. Good football player, but the size and speed combination for him is a little bit of a concern. So I hope he proves me wrong. He's a fun player to watch, and it's a good situation to prove me wrong. But if we're going off of my evaluation, I do think that's a reach on Jair Brown. And then the Jags taking Tank Bigsby out of Auburn.
Oh, I love that name.
Thanks,
Bigsby.
That is a great name.
That could be on the Key and Peele skit.
So Tank Bigsby here, again, a little bit early for me. Not too bad. This is more like a fine pick. I don't know that he's necessarily going to be an upgrade. Honestly, not a bad pro comp for him. Sorry, my camera's bugging a little bit there, but not a bad pro comp for Tank is Jermichael Hasty, who they have as a backup. Shifty dude, good long speed, not a very powerful guy. Really quick feet, got a good juke move. I think he's a solid player. There's nothing really wrong with this pick. I think you're getting a good backup, someone with the same play style as Travis Etienne, so he can come in, give you 5 or 6 good carries a game. I'm really not going to slander this pick. We're into the end of the 3rd round, but I'm not like ecstatic about it either. I think he's an okay player, really, at the end of the day. He was my RB. He ended up at RB. He did actually crack the top 10, but I had a 4th to a 5th round grade on him. Ultimately, I ended up pushing him over Sean Tucker because Sean Tucker's pro day situation rubbed me the wrong way. I thought he was kind of lying about his pro day scores because he did that. He did the same thing Jalen Reagor did, where he didn't work out his pro day, but then he put together this edited video and was like, "Ooh, look how fast I am." It's like, no, you're not that fast on tape. You didn't run a freaking 4.32, dude. We know you're making this up. You're trying to game the system. I didn't like it. So just for that reason, I pushed Tank Bigsby above him. counterpoint to the quarterback thing, Niners were really good in purgatory with Jimmy G. Niners are like the ultimate outlier, dude. You got Kyle Shanahan calling plays with those playmakers. Like, they took a 7th-round quarterback who came in. Like, that's not something you can expect. I know what you're saying, but it's just it is hard to, they traded up for Lance. It's hard to put yourself in range to even do that. And they way overpaid, and they ultimately kind of whiffed on it. Like, well, obviously Lance still has potential, but that was for a quarterback prospect in Trey Lance that had 1 year playing at North Dakota State. He's far from a sure thing at quarterback. I had a higher grade on Will Levis than Trey Lance. Honestly, I did. Oh, I see, sure, Doc. Sorry, I was having a hard time following you. If Trenton Simpson learns under Roquan, could end up being better than Campbell. Yeah, his athletic upside is higher than Jack Campbell. There's no denying that. But if you could put Jack Campbell in Trenton Simpson's body, you have Luke Kuechly. Unfortunately, neither of Simpson's missing the mental, and Jack's missing the physical. Should the Steelers take Adebawore? Yeah. The answer to that, insert all 32 teams, yes. You should take Adebawore at this point. I'm just waiting for him to come off the board. I don't get it at this point. Maybe it's medicals. Maybe it's off-field. Who knows? Is it crazy to think the Jags have had the worst draft? It has not been great. I think they've reached pretty bad with the 2nd and 3rd rounds. Anton Harrison was a fine pick. I don't know if I'd say they've had the worst pick, but it certainly hasn't been the most exciting draft. Jags have Etienne Johnson and Hasty. Johnson who? Am I forgetting a signing that they made? D'Ernest Johnson? Yeah. Yeah, I don't see Tank being better than any of those players in year 1. This would be a fun Adebawore pick for the Rams. Kobe Turner. I just don't get the Adebawore thing, man. What is it that people don't like about him? So, I don't entirely hate this pick, other than the fact that I just, don't get why you don't take Adebawore. These guys are very similar size. So, Kobe Turner is hyper quick, hyper strong given his size. He's your baby Aaron Donald. He's not Aaron Donald. In fact, I think he could actually be kind of a bust with this 3rd pick. I think there is a world where Kobe Turner can't get away with his play style at the next level because he's got this kind of flailing. He's got this flailing precision about him. He's really active with his hands. He's always moving. But are better offensive linemen with better technique and length are they going to be able to just say, okay, you're throwing your arms at me, but I can just stick my hands inside and take control of you? I'm curious to see how he translates. If it does, he's a good player. He could even be a good starter someday, but I would much rather have taken Adebawore there with his tools. But, I think this pick's fine. I think I had Turner more as a day 3 guy. Yeah, he was my 13th defensive tackle. Not too far down the board at this point, so dare I say even like this pick, but I just will keep coming back to Adebawore until he goes at this point, especially for teams taking undersized defensive linemen. The Cowboys take DeMarvion Overshown. I wasn't as high on Overshown. To me, this is actually a bit of a reach. I did not like what I saw from him against the run. He's a converted safety. I felt like he has a quick trigger, which isn't always bad, but he's always losing discipline. What I'd be interested in is, do they see him as a J-Ron Curse replacement as a safety? Kind of like a linebacker safety hybrid. I would like him more in that role, honestly, than as a true linebacker. I really think he's going to struggle against the run. I didn't like what I saw from him in coverage, considering he was a converted safety. You want to see guys that when they're dropping into coverage, they're reading and reacting to the quarterback's eyes, navigating two passing lanes, have a threat detector on the backside. If you think you might have a backside dig coming your way, can you feel that out? Get in the way of passing lanes. I didn't see that with him. For a guy that has athleticism and even the speed, when he was in sideline to sideline pursuit, I felt like he took bad angles and lost out on them sometimes. So I'm just not a fan of this pick, man. I don't think he's all that good of a player. I could absolutely be wrong there. I think you're giving him a little bit of a hometown preference. Take Dorian Williams over to Marvin Overshown. I think Servasia Dennis is going to be a better player than Overshown. Again, could totally be wrong there. But to me, the idea of Overshown is much better than the actual product on the field. Keegan, thank you. Yes, Chargers are killing it. Where does Brown fit in with the Eagles' defense? I think he'll be right in with the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson role. As they run the split safety defense, free safety, strong safety. Don't really mean anything in that system. You need to be able to play both ways, and I think Sidney Brown has a good chance of being able to do that. Dizano, thank you for the super chat. Hey, there you go. Buffalo's like, thank you, Texas. Thank you, Dallas. We'll take the better linebacker in the third round every day of the week. Love this. Dorian Williams, one of my dudes in this draft. This is what I'm saying. I think we're going to look back on this, and this is going to be like, what the hell was Dallas thinking taking Overshown over Dorian Williams, who's just to me, a substantially better player. He's faster than Overshown. He's bigger. He's got better arm length. He's more instinctive against the run. He's a better tackler. He plays to the sideline faster. He's got more active eyes in coverage. I don't see these two players nearly in the same ballpark. Overshown was like a 5th or 6th round guy that you draft and stash and develop while he plays special teams. Dorian Williams was my 5th ranked linebacker with a 3rd round grade who I feel like can start for Buffalo right away and is going to be a really good player for them. So I love this pick for the Bills. And we'll see how that plays out. I could be wrong. Overshown could be a stud, but it'd be surprising to me. Okay, Chiefs are up. Take DeJuan Jones. They have traded up. He's sitting there, man. This could be one of the steals of the draft. Would make up for the Rashee Rice pick, in my opinion.
Teddy wants to come sit with you.
All right,
He's getting lonely.
All right, buddy, come here.
He wants his spotlight back.
You want your spotlight?
You're taking too much attention.
It is getting towards the end of the draft.
How many picks are in this round? 102? Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's right. Hey, bud. Is he eating today? Mm-hmm. Okay. You want your Teddy Cam back?
Has he eaten today?
You been feeding him over there?
Yeah, he's been eating like a little pig.
Renner was lower on Darnell. I don't know how much these injury issues are causing him to fall. All right, Chiefs pick coming in. Give us DeWand. Teddy's a blue chip prospect. Teddy's a first-team All-Pro in my mind. He's past the prospect.
He's moved on, though, from his playing days. He's now offensive coordinator.
He is, yeah. He calls all my plays.
he's almost 50 in dog years. He really should be a head coach status.
Yeah, he's getting close to Andy Reid status. Teddy, how do you feel about the Bengals draft? Satellite Daddy wants to know.
He says it's no Joe Burrow, but it'll do. Can't beat that draft.
Yep, Teddy is actually the mastermind behind all of these grades. That way, when I'm wrong, I can just blame Teddy, and when I'm right, I can take all the credit. All right, one of these days, they will make the pick. Do we have another back-to-back? I saw him take the flash card. Oh, he's probably reading something.
Yeah, these are people who have lost loved ones who are veterans.
Okay, Wanya Morris. Dude, the DeJuan Jones thing is getting weird. There must have been something there, obviously, behind the scenes. I mean, he's too good at this point. It could have been something that rubbed teams the wrong way with how he kind of left the Senior Bowl. There was some weird stuff there for sure. I also remember I heard something about his pro day, whether it was not doing the test or not doing a workout there. But Wanya Morris is a good pick for the Chiefs. I like this pick. I think he's going to compete at right tackle with Lucas Niang. He's worthy of going in this range. I've consistently put him, I think, to New England, who they ultimately traded up, but New England had a pick right around this area. Wanya is my 8th tackle. I've got a 3rd to a 4th round grade on him, so there you go, right in the right spot. He's got upside. He's got 35-inch arms. He's a good athlete, 5'1", 40. He's got, just kind of sound hand, like let's read the strengths and weaknesses on him. Good explosiveness out of his stance, effective and active puller on power runs, outstanding arm length, constantly using it as a leverage to his advantage. Hands are quick to strike with decent accuracy. Technique and foot speed are serviceable in pass pro with room to grow. Showed dramatic improvements year by year after transferring from Tennessee in 2019. He can play upright. Poor pad level, losing torque in the run game. Played purely from a 2-point stance in Oklahoma's system, which is going to add a little bit of a learning curve and uncertainty in his projection. Subpar overall play strength is kind of on constant display in both phases. Arms are long but lack grip strength and pop. So you just kind of have, he's a little bit softer, needs to commit to the weight room a little bit more. And then combination of wide arm strikes and upright frame can leave him quite susceptible to the bull rush. So he kind of leaves his chest exposed more than he should, given that he has that length. So there's technical things to improve there with his hand usage. I think he needs to bulk up a little bit, but good athlete, could be a starter at some point, and a good overall pick. I don't get it with DeJuan Jones at this point. What are we missing? Chiefs guy Rashee Rice was a reach for me. You'll be hearing from me about Rashee Rice when we get to the draft grades video Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Can I have another one of those Triscuits, or did you put them away?
Yeah.
Those are tasty.
Here you go.
Thank you.
We caught up on Super Chats?
Mm-hmm. Riley, it sounds like Darnell Washington is really falling at this point because of a knee injury issue, which this happens every year with a prospect, it feels like, where that is information that we don't have. And unfortunately, some of these reports come out late. And, it is what it is. We love the player, but if teams are terrified of his knees, who are we to really sit here and say you're dumb. Like, they've got doctors. If they've got doctors saying, we don't know if this guy he got this massive frame, we don't know if his body is built to hold up. Like, we don't know if his knees can hold up at the NFL level. Sometimes that comes true, and sometimes it doesn't. But I'm going to take a quick restroom break. I will be right back.
Hey friends, allow me to interrupt the stream for a moment to tell you about my good friends at Underdog Fantasy who are sponsoring today's show. Underdog has revolutionized how you can play fantasy football. I've thoroughly enjoyed Underdog, and I'm excited to share it with you. They have a variety of different games that you can play to spice up your fantasy football experience. I've told you in the past about their Pick'em contests, where you are stringing together picks, things like player props, rushing yard over-unders, touchdowns. In the case of right now, you can play on NBA, XFL, MLB, make anywhere from 2 to 5 picks from any variety of games. You can even cross leagues, and you can win up to 20-1 on your slip. Underdog is also the king of best ball fantasy. If you are like me and you're in way too many fantasy leagues, but you just can't get enough, but you don't have the time to set your lineup every week, make trades, make transactions, check the waiver wire, but you want to put your football knowledge to the test and win some money thanks to it, well, Best Ball is the perfect way to do it. You do your drafts just like any normal league, but your lineups lock in. This is perfect for all of you draft enthusiasts out there. If you want to get the jump on a lot of the people in the fantasy football world that don't quite know all about these rookies, but you've been diving into maybe my content or other draft content, and you feel like you know exactly where these rookies should be going and where the value is, well, you have an advantage by signing up right now and competing in Best Ball Fantasy. And the second this draft ends, Best Ball Mania 4 goes live. $15 million in prizes. This is literally the largest fantasy football competition that has ever existed. I'm not making that up. So right now, head over to Underdog Fantasy at the website or on their mobile app. Sign up using promo code TFG. That is promo code TFG at Underdog Fantasy. Have fun, win some cash, support my channel in the process. Go check it out. Hey, friends.
Okay, you guys, the pick that we've all been waiting for, we were just talking about it, Darnell Washington does go in the 3rd round. So, assuming the medicals are cleared here, this is going to go down as a unmitigated, certified steal for the Pittsburgh Steelers, who have stolen value up and down the board, right? I mean, they had already maybe the steal of the draft in Joey Porter and another one in Darnell Washington. You pair him with Pat Freiermuth. Oh, the Cardinals taking Michael Wilson. Just all the steals at the end of the draft. Going crazy here. But, man, the Cardinals have really impressed me with the new regime, you guys. I am very happy for Cardinals fans. They have needed this. But, you know, Darnell, I think this is kind of a ideal situation, honestly, where there's no pressure on him to be this dramatic game changer. You know, Pat Freiermuth isn't going anywhere. He's a complete stud. But you run 12 personnel, you bring in the run game, you have now a big-bodied red zone threat for Kenny Pickett. They are just stealing value up and down the draft. So a certified steal for Darnell Washington. And then the Cardinals getting one of my biggest guys in this draft, Michael Wilson. I cannot applaud the Cardinals enough. I actually made this pick, I think, in either one of my Patreon mock drafts or that's what it was. But talk about the perfect replacement for DeAndre Hopkins. You have a deep threat in place. This is what I've always said about Michael Wilson is he's not a great athlete, right? He's someone you want to work in the short to intermediate game where his release is so unbelievably impressive. I have the best release grade against press coverage in this draft for Michael Wilson, but he's just not a vertical burner, right? He can win deep occasionally, but it's not how you want him to do it. You want him on the outside, occasionally in the slot, slants, digs, out routes, comebackers, hitches. Easy assignment in that offense where you have Rondale Moore as your slot gadget guy. You have Hollywood Brown as your deep threat. You have now 2 tight ends with Ertz and McBride, who they drafted last year, that group makes sense. You can look at Kyler coming back with this group and get really excited about this quickly, honestly. I love this fit. He's going to be a stud in that offense. And the Cardinals have, again, blown me away with what they've done in this draft. So, certified steal with a couple picks in a row. Rocky, what RB fits might be there for the Eagles in the 6th round? It's a great question. I mean, if you're any lucky, Abanaconda. How about Chase Brown? Chase Brown is like a maybe guy for you. It's a little bit optimistic, but my comparison for Chase Brown is Miles Sanders with his athleticism. That's the guy, if I'm an Eagles fan, I'm like, maybe he can be there in the 6th round. Maybe they'd move up for him, but he could have a lot of success in that offense for obvious reasons. I compared him to Miles Sanders. I think the Cards probably get, if it's for next year, probably a 2nd round pick. Or maybe they could get a lineman somewhere, or maybe there's a player for a player swap that makes sense. I don't know. I think they can get something for Hopkins, or maybe you convince Hopkins, and maybe you can really come out of this draft excited, and you can do a sales pitch to Hopkins and Budda Baker and keep these guys back. It's a good point. Chase Brown and Sidney Brown on the same team would be a ton of fun. The brothers, the Canadians. All right, the Bengals pick coming in from a veteran. Who we taking, Teddy?
Teddy, get ready.
Jordan Battle out of Alabama. Great pick. They had a safety need, and he's right around this range. I think I had a 3rd to a 4th round grade on Jordan Battle, so it lines up. I like him down in the box. He can, I think, eventually could play the. They've gone to much more of that rotational safety work. And Jordan Battle moved all over the place for Alabama, so I think he makes a ton of sense. I honestly love this pick for the Bengals. This fills a huge need, and I really think he's going to be in the mix for a starting job for them. So that's an excellent pick for Cincinnati, honestly.
But what does Teddy think about it?
Yeah, Teddy, what do you think? Do you like Jordan Battle?
Teddy, tell us. Should we make him talk? Give him a cracker?
We could try. Teddy, do you like the pick? Do you like the Jordan Battle pick? Tell me. Do you feel like talking right now? Teddy.
Teddy, do you like the pick? Tell me. Oh, he doesn't want to talk.
No, he's not feeling.
He's camera shy today.
Yeah. All right, some picks are flying in. Brodric Martin to Detroit. Big dude. Kind of a game wrecker type. He's not completely unfamiliar from what Aleem McNeil was coming out. Just kind of a little bit more of a raw, athletic nose tackle. He's not as good as Aleem McNeil was, but he's gonna fill a role. I think it's a fine pick. I think it's a little bit of a reach, but I can see the thinking on this one, and I can see the upside with him in that defense. So I think it's. Let me pull up my actual grade on Martin here, just to kind of confirm where my thoughts fully were on him. I had him as DT 19, but a day 3 pick. We're basically into day 3. He is a disruptive player when he's on. So I think I like this pick. I'll be a little bit nicer to Detroit. It's kind of like a fine plus, but I like it. He's if they believe. To give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt, if they believe that he's a good character for that locker room and they liked his ability to kind of develop a little bit from NFL coaching, I could see it, but it is a little bit early for me. And if you wanted a nose tackle, I would argue for Siaki Ika over Brodric Martin, but I get it. Nino, thank you for the super chat. Very nice. Appreciate you. Cheese, you're on the camera, babe. Just so you know. Cheese from Asia. What wide receiver would be good for the Falcons in the 4th? Let's go. Raheem Jarrett would be someone to give you a little bit of speed in there. I would like that fit for the Falcons. They got enough big-bodied guys. Let's get a little speed for the Falcons. Yeah, James, I don't have an answer for you. I literally cannot explain why Adeboar is there. Nino, day 2 winners and losers. You know, again, I will have the full draft grades when I can really collect my thoughts and give you the best answer for that. But just off the top of my head, love what the Cardinals have done today. Packers absolutely killed it today, and I really don't think I'm being biased by saying that. I thought, the Bills made some good picks. The Bills I thought I liked the Bills' second-round pick. I can't remember who it was, but I feel like I've been kind of excited for the Bills' picks. It's just so much information going on. It's hard to remember everything. Losers. Jags were kind of meh. Yes. Bills got Torrance. Bills have had a great day. Didn't love the Jags day. Lions continue to be losers for me. The Hendon Hooker pick, I think, was plain stupid. I just don't see how that helps you evolve as a team. I'm happy keeping Jared Goff around as long as you need to until you get a chance at an elite quarterback, which they had this year. They could have moved up for Anthony Richardson. They chose not to. Not saying Richardson's a certified elite quarterback, but he is a guy that has a chance of being that kind of guy. Steelers have had a phenomenal day 2. Started off with Joey Porter. They have made, Keanu Benton. They just got Washington, who's going to be just a mismatched luxury on that offense.
I definitely wrote Kentucky instead of
Kentucky? Oh, that's good.
Whoops.
All right, Commanders. They've loaded up in the secondary. This Commanders defense is going to be awesome. This secondary has needed an influx of talent like this. I wish they would have taken a different corner, but I still like the guy they took in Emmanuel Forbes. And Jartavius Martin's going to be a stud, too. Ricky Stromberg. I'm all right with that. He is probably up there with best interior offensive lineman available for me. He's got some strength. He's a guy that's gotten a lot of hype. He's a sound player. This reminds me a lot of the center Luke Fortner that the Jaguars took last year. Not a whole lot of true knocks on him. He's just not the biggest guy, not the strongest guy, or the most athletic guy. I think he has a chance to compete for starting jobs. He can be a sound starting center in the NFL if everything goes right. If everything... Not that everything goes wrong. I don't know if he has a floor for things to go wrong. He's just a established, technically sound player. But I think the more likely outcome is he's a low-end starter who ideally would be a backup. But they've had some issues on that interior offensive line, and I think he would have been up there. If I look at my board, if you want an interior offensive lineman, your best bet would have been... Stromberg was... I liked Emil Ekiyor out of Alabama more. Chandler Zavala I like, but there are medical questions with his back. Luke Whippler I like, but he is not a fit for their system. He needs to be a wide zone guy. And then Andrew Voorhees is more of a long-term guy. But I'm totally fine with the Stromberg pick. Siaki Ika to the Browns. Fantastic pick. they had, going into the offseason, the worst interior defensive line I think I've ever seen. I mean, seriously, they signed Dalvin Tomlinson, great signing. Siaki Ika, this is good value. He was my best interior guy left. He defends the run. He's a better pass rusher than you'd expect for a nose tackle. You want to see more run defense consistency from him. That's going to be a big thing for him. He definitely gets that Big 12 tag of, is the motor always running hot? Does he have that dog in him? That's always the question from front four Big 12 defenders. He very much, I would just say, earned that question based on his tape. There's times you watch him and he's dunking on the run, looks like a dominant nose tackle. There's times you watch him where he's not playing with his good technique, he's standing straight up. I don't typically have motor concerns for players, but when it's as notable as it was with Ika, it was almost like he was saving juice in the tank because he enjoyed rushing the passer more. And it's like, dude, you're never going to be a great pass rusher. If you want to make a bunch of money in the NFL, it's going to have to be getting dirty, using that 335 pounds, and consistently flashing what you occasionally flashed against the run. So I love this pick for the Browns, but it's going to be on Siaki Ika to really bring that down to down consistency, where you're going to be left a little bit. A kicker. I hate when teams take kickers early. Hate it. Especially San Fran, who has way more needs than they're giving themselves credit for here. That's just plain stupid. Why is Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, why do they make 1 third-round pick every year that they just dump down the drain? I mean, Robbie Gould.
Kickers are people too, baby.
What about Robbie Gould?
Well, he needs a little apprentice.
Well, they're going to keep 2 kickers, are they?
Yeah.
I hate it. Like, I just do. Drafting kickers is so fluky. It always is. You want to take them in the 5th round after you've patched up some needs? Fine. But your offensive line is running out of depth. Your secondary has nobody in it. There are good corners available, San Francisco. I don't get it. I don't get why teams do this. It's just bad process. And this is a team that has shown bad process in the past with the third.
Oh, Robbie isn't on the Niners.
I don't care.
Free agent.
I don't care. Sign him back. You don't take Jake Moody in the 3rd round. I don't care how many records he broke, if he broke any. I don't even know if he's good. But it doesn't matter with kickers. It doesn't matter. There are guys, how many guys go in the 2nd, 3rd round? It's like, oh, this guy's different. And then he just sucks as a rookie. Way more kickers in the NFL were like undrafted guys that worked out. It's just dumb. Who else was taking a kicker? Niners. Pirate, thank you again. Yes, the NFC South has wrapped things up pretty well. You know, I think Falcons and Panthers might be your front runners for the NFC South. Shadrach, if the Panthers, Texans, and Colts wanted Bryce, CJ, and AR, how would the Lions have gotten up there? Trading up with Arizona at 3, just like the Texans did. I think we're all caught up.
James Waring just said they took a kicker.
Yeah, I disagree with it, of course, but DeJuan Jones he's not a great fit for a wide zone Shanahan offense just because he's not a great athlete, so I can at least understand that. I mean, that could be leading to the DeJuan Jones slide is about 14 teams run wide zone run games, and he probably needs to be more of a pro spread type of guy where he's moving north and south, not east and west. So I can at least explain that.
But I do have another pick coming up next. They can redeem themselves still.
No, they can't.
Hopefully it's
They
not
need more
another
than one
kicker.
player.
What if it's another kicker?
It's the same. They did this last year when they took Tyron Davis-Price out of LSU, who they had absolutely no need for. And it's like, why are you just you are gifted the luxury of these free third-round picks because of the new rule with minority staff hirings. And it's like you have this great process of like bringing in minority staff and are benefiting from that, and you're taking kickers with those picks. Like it's just wasting the advantage that you've created for yourself. I don't get it. What's going on with Clark Phillips? I mean, he's a slower slot corner. He's going to be kind of an acquired taste. But, I mean, yeah, Niners, I'd rather take Clark Phillips as a slot corner than a kicker.
Who's your favorite kicker in the NFL?
Favorite kicker in the NFL? Justin Tucker.
Over time.
Justin Tucker.
Justin Tucker.
Yeah. Tucker's dope. He's got swag, sings opera, hits bombs.
You have to at least say that the game we went to against Bengals and Packers, the kickers made the game.
Yes, but those are good kickers, right? McPherson and Mason Crosby, who just all of a sudden lost it in any given moment. Like, kickers are head cases. There are the very rare cases of Justin Tuckers, and Justin Tucker was undrafted.
Someone says, what if Jake Moody sings opera?
Raiders take Tre Tucker out of Cincinnati. All right. I kind of like this. They don't really have a great deep threat on that roster, right? They have Devontae Adams. I mean, Devontae's a great deep threat, but he does everything. They have a couple slot guys in Renfro, and they signed... Why do I always forget his name? New England, number 16. But another slot guy. And then they have some vets that can kind of run deep, but I like Tre Tucker at this point. He's really fast. I think I'm going to take a ring the bell on Tyler Scott, who I was lower on. I didn't really see it with Tyler Scott. I think... Did I have Tre Tucker? Can I take the remote for a second? Did I have Tre Tucker over Tyler Scott? Not quite, but almost identical grades for the two. I did have Tre Tucker down a little bit further than I thought. I like Tucker as a deep threat. There's a bunch of guys in this draft that kind of fit there. I actually had Tucker at wide receiver 30, which is surprising to me. I like how he fits in that offense. It makes sense to me. Ran some good routes at the Senior Bowl. Could be I just ranked him too low. Like, honestly, it's fine with me. I had a day 3 grade on him, so basically spending a 4th round pick on a deep threat. I don't hate the pick. I'm just going to say I like the pick for Tre Tucker to Cincy. I think he makes sense with the skill players they have.
He did not go to Cincy.
Tre Tucker? Yeah, he did.
Well, you said he got drafted to Cincy.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Cam Latu to the Niners. Again, like... so mid, man. Cam Latu is not worth a 3rd round pick. He is a classic Jag, just a guy. He's average athlete, average production, average hands, average blocker. I don't agree with these Niners picks. I will say I hate this Cam Latu pick. At least swing for the fences with like Zach Kuntz. I don't understand why the Niners are so rough in the 3rd round of the draft. Yeah, Garrett says, I'm an Alabama fan and Latu sucks. I just don't ever see him being a player for them. Like, they don't really need tight end. They don't need a third string tight end in the third round, I'll tell you that much. All right, Vikings pick is up.
Last pick of the night.
Last pick of the night. All right, Minnesota, what do we got? This is just their second pick, right?
Yep.
Crazy. You're definitely feeling like TJ Hawkinson's a good player, but you're definitely feeling like, you know, they could have used that second round pick. I'm not saying they would have gotten a better player than TJ Hawkinson, but and I agree with that trade. I'm just saying, like, we felt like they got TJ Hawkinson for nothing, and right now it doesn't feel like they got him for nothing. Mekhi Blackmon. Okay. This one's just kind of fine for me to wrap up the night. Blackman's a good athlete. I thought he had a decent Senior Bowl. He's going to give you some speed there for Brian Flores. But to me, I think there was much better options. I like Darius Rush significantly better. I like, at this point, I like Christian Keely Ringo, who, as low as I was on Keely Ringo, this is a massive fall for him. Jalen Jones. Like, I have Mekhi Blackmon as my 25th corner. So I can't really endorse this pick. I like going corner. He's got some upside. He's a good athlete. We'll see how he works out. But I do think they passed up other options that would have been better. So that is going to wrap up day 3. Thank you, everybody, for your not just viewership, but the incredible support from the Super Chats is just amazing. You guys are the absolute best. And we're going to rest up. We'll be back at it in the morning, I think at like 11. So we're going to have another full day tomorrow. You up for it?
11 o'clock's too early for me. I don't work that early.
No day 2 draft grades video for me. We're gonna kind of rest up, and then I will get right into it after tomorrow's stream, getting ready for the divisional draft grades videos. So thank you, everybody. Thank you to Underdog for sponsoring the stream as well. Remember, guys, sign up, promo code TFG at Underdog. They'll match $100 on your first deposit. And yeah, man, Adebawore still there. We'll see when he goes tomorrow